Also, chat, make sure you subscribe on Twitch. It costs $6 a month, or it's free if you have an Amazon Prime account, which I know most of you do. You get a free Twitch Prime alongside your Amazon Prime account if you connect your Amazon Prime account with your Twitch account, and you can use that here on me, nowhere else but here. Your Twitch Prime only works here, or you can give 10 subs like Mobius Loop did. 10 gifted subs, 10 people will not see any ads whatsoever, funding my lifestyle, funding my strip club. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't go to strip clubs. But much appreciated. It is Morbid time. It's Morbid time. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. But as I was saying, if you have a Twitch Prime account or Amazon Prime account, you connect it to your Twitch account, you get a Twitch Prime for free, and it can only be used here at the Sean the Black broadcast. Don't try to use it anywhere else. I promise you it won't work. You can literally only use it here. So make sure if you have a Twitch Prime, you can only use it here. So you make sure you do use it here. Thank you.
Comes in. We have bad ones too.
And so for a lot of people, this felt like watching America slowly becoming a police state, and now even citizens, not to mention
slowly. We've been there for weeks, for months, for years.
Legal immigrants are
It's
scared.
true.
But for now,
that's where I kept getting Erica saying it only works on Sean's stream. Exactly.
while we wait to see how this continues to play out, I gotta pass a question off to you. What are your thoughts here? Because as I often say,
I think it's bad, Phil.
yes, this is a news show, but I also want it to be a conversation, and some of your comments may pop up in tomorrow's show. But then, next up from that, we got the news that the White House just murdered thousands of innocent people on paper, right? And what I mean there is that the Trump administration selected over 6,300 immigrants, revoked their temporary legal status, and then declared them legally dead. And they're doing this by moving their names and social security numbers, which they had reportedly obtained legally, into the Death Master File, a social security database of deceased people. And as anyone who has mistakenly been declared dead intimately knows, this
Have you seen the clip of Netherlands Cosby and General pro-Palestinian student protesters? No, I have not seen that clip.
completely turns your life inside
There's
out.
a reason why I tend to avoid actual news that's like important sometimes, right? And that is, it's so freaking depressing. And it feels like, what can you do? What can you do? What are we supposed to do? You know what I mean? Like, legitimately. Like, the actual things that will actually fix and solve the issues are things that I cannot say and talk about on this broadcast. You feel me? We've been immersed in a lot of terrible power structures. This is definitely a new escalation into fascism. See on an El Salvadorian gulag. I guess that's where I'll be going soon.
With experts even likening it to digital murder and being financially paralyzed overnight. And this is because the database is
Mario
used by
cosplay.
government agencies.
I'm wearing a Super Mario Bros. Shirt, by the way. Like, actually completely unrelated. I am wearing a shirt that has Mario on it. I wonder where his brother is.
Employers, banks, creditors, and landlords to check the status of people they work with. So if you're falsely declared dead, you could be cut off from your legal employment, your bank accounts, your credit cards, your government benefits, your insurance, and your loans, meaning that your home could be foreclosed on. Which is why you have experts telling the New York Times and the Washington Post that this move by the White House is clearly illegal, right? I mean, first of all, it strips living people of privacy protections on the presumption.
Oligarchy is bad. Yeah, I just... Honestly, my problem, not even with Bernie, because again, I don't have a high expectation that Bernie's going to solve the issues of this country, but like, we're like the other organization, you know what I mean? And maybe it's just because I don't see them, but like, where is like the Green Party at? Like, I genuinely, I just don't know.
Sean the Black says, she's my African princess.
Where are labor unions? Probably doing labor unions things, but yeah, like, where's everybody at? It just feels like everybody's just kind of jaded and dejected. Like, you were at weeks ago when you said politicians aren't going to save us. Thank you. I was literally arguing with chatters who are so hyper focused on Bernie, and this is the problem that I have with even a lot of like people who are lefter than Bernie are, like Assange chat. People who are so hyper focused on Bernie and what Bernie is or is not doing. And I'm just like, We should not be focused on what Bernie is or is not doing. If you're looking to Bernie to solve our issues, right, it's not going to solve the issues. Like, it's not. Wouldn't even get us on 30 minutes. Yeah, because he's not going to. Bernie's old. And like, I like Bernie, but he's old. I don't expect Bernie to be like, you know, Che Guevara. He's too old. Bernie was radical for for the country 30 years ago, right? And I think Bernie did his job. Bernie's politics are no longer radical. I think Bernie served his purpose, and people are holding on to his literal corpse, trying to shake any more radical juices out of him, but bro is too old to give us anything. He is too old to give us anything. He did his job. He made democratic socialism not radical. It made it a normal and common position for young people to hold. Let's let him rest. Let him rest. It's time for like something else to step up and take its place. Because that's why he's lifting AOC. The problem is that what needs to happen is it needs to be a chain, right? You can't go from Bernie's politics to Bernie's politics once again. And I don't hate AOC. That's my mutual, by the way, right? That's oomph. But you can't go from Bernie's politics to Bernie's politics. That's not going to get us anywhere. We need to go from Bernie's politics to something else, right? Because fascism is, I'll draw it out. Right? On the graph that we have here, right? Fascism is doing this. In weird, like left-wing politics, we're doing this. We're doing this. We can't keep continuing on a linear path. We can't keep doing y equals x here while they're doing y equals x squared. That's a little bit of math for you, by the way. This is not going to work. Or if you're going to be a real nerd about it, f of x equals x. And f of x equals x squared. We can't keep doing this. E of x, or that too, you know, to be fair, this could also be x squared, being a parabola, depending on how you look at it, but E of x also works. That also works. But we need, honestly, we need this. We need this. This would be like a revolution. This would be revolution. And I'm not saying like we need to get here immediately or instantly, but we need something here. We need a slope that is like somewhere greater than f of x squared, right? And at least f of x equals, I don't know what this would be. 10x or something. To the power of x, that works too, I think. You know what I mean? We need something here. Whatever that is, we need that. And we have not found that yet. AOC is not that. I used to tremble in fear when I walk into a room with a big strong man and drops to my knees and I do push-ups and I intimidate smaller men. It's funny. The SA isn't perfect, but we need them to them more than these progressives. Bernie's literally the only person working against this. He's not the only person. He's the only person in the current power structure working against it. The problem is like power for the working class has never come from the current power structure. It hasn't. Right? It hasn't. Power comes from the workers. Right? This line is indicating us investing in the current power structure and garnering a little bit of worker power. You know, Bernie Sanders, you have freaking AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Anna Presley. Like, yeah, this is the squad. Right? We keep investing back into like the Democratic Party. And this is it's like it's incremental growth. But then it's actually less of this and more like this. Because then you have the same Democratic Party jumping in and having like the Chuck Schumers, the Nancy Pelosi's, the freaking Hakeem Jeffries, who are pulling us back. And we're doing this like this game while the fascists are just like taking over. Because like the what's it called? The fascists are or the Democratic Party, like the moderates, are trying to pull us to be in line with the fascists. That's what their goal is. They don't want progress. They don't want actual change. They're trying to slow us down. They're trying to slow us down. And as we are in the current structure, we're basically doing a tug of war. We're sitting here playing a tug of war with the freaking Democratic Party where they're like, oh, you have some and we have some. And that's why nothing ever happens while the fascists keep getting more and more and more and more and more power. Using the Chapo, they released an episode talking about this. The only way to fix this would be the person hardening themselves and pushing back hard, possibly breaking the law. Unfortunately, AOC isn't going to do that. She's good but soft. I don't listen to Chapo. No offense to Chapo, but like it's not something that I've done in my growth and journey. But yeah, like it's going to require something that's, if you're in the current power structure, you're not going to do. It's not even just a slight on AOC. This is analysis of somebody whose politics exist in the current power structure. They are never going to break the law. And I don't expect them to. I don't expect AOC to firebomb Elbit systems. They're not going to do that. And I think a lot of people are looking to Bernie Sanders and AOC to like, to freaking nuke Boeing or whatever. And they're like, oh, AOC's not nuking Boeing. Therefore, she's not a real leftist or whatever. I'm just like, I don't expect AOC to freaking nuke Boeing. If you're looking to AOC to nuke Boeing, it's not going to happen. And you can be mad that AOC doesn't want to nuke Boeing. That can upset you, sure, right? But understanding that if you're putting so much energy into demanding that your politicians nuke Boeing, right? Instead of doing the this is again metaphorical, instead of doing the metaphorical Boeing nuking yourself, then you've lost the forest for the trees, or you've missed the forest for the trees. Like, the point is if you're expecting radical action, right? If you're expecting radical action from somebody who is adhering to a non-radical system, your energy is being wasted. Right? Your energy is being wasted. You see the Palestinian protesters whose big flag got removed from the Bernie rally yesterday? I saw a Twitter post about it. They were arrested. Right? I think Bernie was useful. He was useful and he had its usefulness and he radicalized a generation of people. And he was very successful in doing so. And that's respectable. But Bernie's old. Bernie's old now. They arrested. That's the tweet that I saw. Again, as a tweet, take it for what you will. You probably look it up yourself. I take it. Yeah. Bernie is too right leaning now. He's capitulated to Trump on fentanyl. That's not even like. That's the problem is that's not even right leaning in America. That's the normal Democratic position. Bernie is not just capitulating to Trump on fentanyl. The Democratic Party is capitulating to Trump on fentanyl. We've moved. Bernie has been too old for the last 20 years. Not even. I don't agree with that. Bernie served a usefulness in, especially in a lot of people's political journeys, especially in 2016. But I'm not going to sit here and say that Bernie was useless in 2016. He had no usefulness to the movement of radicalization in 2016. Right? There was usefulness there. Really doing age? Sorry, stupid joke. That was a stupid joke, chatter. How dare you? Drew like one of my favorite things on Twitch. Oh, you like this? My favorite thing is like you can never tell what's happening if you come in a little bit too late. Because none of the lines make any sense. Like, why are we doing freaking, graphs? Bernie's main problem right now is he needs to be moving on supporting an endorsing role, but he thinks he still has to choose. Old man delusions. Not even old man delusions, because that's what we're pushing on him, right? People demanding that Bernie Sanders make a new party or whatever. Like, we're demanding Bernie Sanders to be a front-running thought leader for the left at 83 years old. At 83 years old. And it's not going to happen. Right? We're expecting Bernie Sanders to still go out and do these rallies and go out and take a stand and be like the leader, the Martin Luther figure of the left, and it's not going to happen. He's too old to do that. We should be putting that to side and supporting people like Zoran. Yeah. But again, the problem is AOC should have filled that role. AOC should have taken that in stride. But AOC kind of lost the sauce, right? When she was endorsing Joe Biden. She lost that sauce. She did. Is he moving to the center too much? I agree. And I to a certain extent, I can excuse a little bit of it because, again, they are still in the Democratic Party. They're still going to be playing this game. But, you kind of lose that when you're endorsing Joe Biden. You kind of lose that when you are, as Chatter's saying, she makes missteps real leftists would never make. I wouldn't say would never make because, again, there's a reason why there's no real leftists in that position. You know what I mean? It's these are normal things that she's making, and I think she's doing it calculatedly. She's doing it in a way that's trying to play the game, right? But in my opinion, she goes too far sometimes, right? In my opinion, she goes too far in playing the game when she doesn't need to. I think her endorsement of Joe Biden and being a Biden dead ender and saying Biden is our candidate, he should not drop out, was an example of going too far to play the game. Do I think that AOC thought that Joe Biden was chill? You know what I mean? No. Do I think that AOC thought that Joe Biden was a good candidate? No. Do I think that AOC thought that Joe Biden was going to win? No. But AOC wanted to play the game. She thought if I stick by Biden, right, I can extract concessions from Biden and get progressive policies, talked about, or get promises for progressive policies from Joe Biden. And she made a wrong call. She was outflanked by everybody. Everybody. Nancy Pelosi, she was outflanked by the progressive wing, the pro-Palestinian wing. She was outflanked by Kamala Harris, obviously. The entire caucus outflanked her on that. She had no allies. She misread the situation. She thought that it would be a little bit more contentious. She thought that there would be a bigger camp of people who wanted Joe Biden to step in or stay in, right? And she misread it. She didn't realize that she was alone, essentially, on wanting Joe Biden to stay in. And that made her look dumb, which in turn made the left look dumb. That's what happened. She made bad political calculus. Hey, calculus, get it? This is what we're doing now. We're doing political calculus. Right? Not looking more progressive should have pulled a chaperone and refused to endorse Biden or Harris and said that they but said that they still plan to vote for them. I don't think that either. Just because I think that the more people who were withholding their votes, just in general, was just a net positive. Because maybe that would have changed Biden and Kamala's mind. Do you feel confident in the DSA spreading electoral politics in the South? I'm trying to conjure up some sort of plan of door knocking to expand the electoral prominence of the DSA. I just want to push the best platform forward. I understand the DSA strategy, and I think it's all that we have, essentially, because they're the only progressive alternative that has gotten people freaking elected, right? I still think it's a fool's errand to work within the Democratic Party. I think the party's cooked. I think third-party alternatives are a necessity, but nobody, even the third parties themselves, have an understanding of how third parties operate. You know what I mean? Like, in the duopoly, you're always going to fall into a situation like this. Right? So you need a third party, but no third party understands how to win an election. Because a lot of them are, I don't want to say grifts, but like are unserious attempts. Apparently they can't. No, they could, but it takes work. That's the issue. Is that the third parties that currently exist now are just short-sighted. Right? They're short-sighted. Ranked choice voting would help. It would help, which is why you need to win local elections. You are correct. Ranked choice voting would help, and that's why you need to win local elections. You need to win local elections, institute ranked choice voting in local areas all across the country so that you have a slight chance of actually garnering power. You need local elections. You need local elections. And that's the issue. Third parties don't see the benefit in local elections. You know who does? The freaking DSA. I'm sorry. The DSA. The DSA understands usefulness of local elections, but the problem is they're getting like socialists elected under the Democratic ticket, which leads them to fall into like the AOC pipeline, which is they end up feeding back into the machine. They lose their radicalness because they have to play the game of democratic politics. Right? Which is why I, to a certain extent, understand AOC. She's a Democrat. You want to speak to Democrats at the DNC, and they're not going to let you speak if you're freaking pro-Palestinian. They won't. They kicked Hassan out for being pro-Palestinian. And so you literally set yourself up for that situation if you are under the Democratic ticket. Right? You literally set yourself up for that situation if you're under the Democratic ticket. You need to work within the bounds of the Democratic Party, right? Because you need to talk to Democrats, and they won't listen to you if you don't. But in order to do that, you have to then prove yourself as a Democrat by taking on right-wing politics, essentially. Which is why it's never going to work. You can't be an outsider of the Democratic Party. There's a reason why Bernie left the Democrats and is an independent. Right? Because when you play the game, you have to play by their rules. It's okay to ask what the difference between a Dem Soc and a SocDem. I feel like I've read that they're different. I don't really understand the difference. Dem Socs are anti-capitalist, theoretically. SocDems are pro-capitalist. That's the deciding line. SocDems are not socialist. They are pro-capital. They're pro-capital reform. They're pro-social safety nets, but they are pro-capitalist. They don't want to meaningfully abolish capitalism or restructure capitalism. They just want capitalism to work better. Theoretically, democratic socialists are anti-capitalist. They want to move to a organization of the economy that is like socialist in nature. It's banning capitalism versus socialism. Yeah, it's a very reductive way to describe it, but that's essentially what it is. Which is why a lot of people don't view SocDems as allies. Bernie and AOC were never anti-capitalist. I'm saying theoretically, that's what the difference is, which is why I said theoretically, right? That's the difference between the labels of SocDem and DemSoc. But yeah, how that shakes out is just, it's different for everybody. And so like Bernie and AOC could genuinely believe in socialism and believe that like you could reform capitalism into like a socialist system. They could be wrong and incorrect, but like they could genuinely believe that, and that still makes them democratic socialists, technically. Anyway, as I was saying, we need a third party to actually do, and maybe this is a me problem. Maybe this is a me problem. Can somebody tell me if oh wait, wait, what? What's wrong with my YouTube VOD? What? Chat, can you tell me if I'm live on YouTube? Oh, it's unlisted. Why is it unlisted? So I was live, but it was unlisted on YouTube for some reason. That was weird. Okay. Sorry, YouTube chat, you missed all the good stuff. Revive from last stream isn't there either. I know that. I turned that off. Guys I talked about yesterday. Or 2 days ago. Anyway, yeah. So, as I was saying about third parties, is that third parties. Also, I'm Booby. Thank you for the 13-month subscription. Maggie, thank you for the 3-month subscription. And Prio, thank you for the 6-month subscription as well. Chat, did you know you can subscribe with a Twitch Prime if you have an Amazon Prime account and it's completely free? But you can only do it here, from what I heard. You can't subscribe with Prime for anywhere else, but you have to only do it here because it only works here. It's some sort of like, you know, Black History Month thing that is still Black History Month in April. You can only use it on this stream because I have black in my name. So, yeah. Whitney, thank you for the Prime. Much appreciated. Yes, I can do. That's totally fine. Statue, thank you for the 3-month resubscription.
This the best I can do, Caprin So 7.
Much appreciated. But yeah. Anyway, I've lost my train of thought enough times. Anyway, third parties need to get local elections and get elected locally, so that they can then push for things like ranked choice voting and more name recognition, and can garner power to then gear up to a congressional race, to then gear up for the presidential race. Like, you're not going to win the presidency by just running for the presidency as a third party. I think any third party that does that is unserious. Legit, even in the last election, right? I think, because what's the difference between like genuinely like voting for a third party candidate and just not voting at all, essentially? Like, it's going to be like the nano effect is going to be the same. Use that time and energy, right, to like get people locally elected. You know how much more impactful it would be if, when all the Democrats and Republicans vote against or vote for giving weapons to Israel, and then the one person who doesn't do that is like the single Green Party congressional member in Congress, and how great messaging that would be. You know what I mean? You'd be like, yes, that's right. We as the Green Party are the anti-genocide party. We're the only people that voted against the weapon package. And you can use that and garner more people out to getting more people to vote for you in the next election cycle. So you expand your lead from 1 seat to 3 seats to 5 seats to 10 seats to 12 seats to 15 seats to 20 seats to 50 seats. And now you're the new party. Now you're the good party. Now you're like, you've now established a progressive party. And then once you have, 25, 30 seats in the Senate, and you have like 100 seats, not 100, like 60 seats in the House, then you can run for president. And you have a decent chance of doing so. You know what I mean? But it has to start locally. It does. But again, maybe I don't know. Maybe the Green Party is actually doing stuff. Let's check. Let's see. What is the Green Party actually doing? I will apologize and eat my words. I don't know if I should just scroll on this on They're doing live streams. Okay. Okay, they participated in the hands-off rally. Greens participated in the SF hands-off rally yesterday and make sure that people let people know that we stand for hands-off Gaza and withdrawal from NATO. The AZ Green Party made their presence known. Okay, so they participate in the hands-off protests. Green Party's a joke, no offense. But they're not going to be our solution. But they're an example of a third party that has name recognition, right? But I'm just trying to figure out like what they're doing. Let's be fair, this is the Illinois Green Party specifically. Because I don't know. Like what, like, I'm curious about what their plan is. Over the past several elections, our candidates, our national party has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to get candidates on the ballot. Every state has ballot access requirements for political parties must meet. Numerous states mandate candidates must meet a threshold to maintain a ballot line. To meet requirements, we need volunteers to collect petition signatures, organize petitioners, and call volunteers and other various tasks. We also need donations to help fund our activists in all 50 states plus DC. Like, that's cool, but we have 0 seats. Do I have to pull up the thing again? 0 seats in the Senate, 0 seats in the House of Representatives, 0 seats in the upper states chambers, 0 state governorships, 0 seats in the lower states chambers, 0 territorial governorships, 0 seats in the territorial governorships, 0 seats in the territorial upper chambers, 0 seats in the territorial lower chambers, and 163 seats out of 500,000. You need to stop demoralizing people who rally behind progressive parties first. Like, what do you mean? It's useless, chatter. You're mobilizing behind nothing. The problem is that if you're mobilizing behind, I'm gonna support the Green Party in the presidential election, and that's the extent of your mobilization, your organization, it is meaningless. It's a meaningless thing. You have to get more people in this. You need more than 160 people. Like if your website is correct and you're raising hundreds of thousands of dollars to get candidates on a ballot, and all you can scrape by is 163 seats in the entire country out of 500,000. Like what are we doing? Something like the DSA or the PSL is the route then are engaging in action outside of just elections, which is good to see. But actions to what end? And again, I'm not saying that that's bad, right? Again, I think the DSA is the DSA actually gets people to win elections. You know, AOC is a DSA member, and like they win elections. The problem is that it's under the Democratic ticket, which means it falls in the same trap we just talked about, and that is this. I mean, what can they do outside of organizing protests? If you're organizing and protesting and shit's not changing, don't you think that that's a fool's errand? We've arrived here on the fascist playbook, and you can just go to organize and protest through that? Like, there's something needs to be different. Something has to be different. And I'm talking about from a purely theoretical perspective. If 50 years ago or 30 years ago, right, after Ralph Nader's loss, right, in the 2000 presidential election, they were like, okay, let's go and, do and focus on local infrastructure. But what I'm explaining this to you. Let's go and focus on local infrastructure. Let's turn over local seats. Again, chat, you know what I'm going to say. 70% of elections are uncontested. In 2025 or 2024, for the 2024 election cycle, 70% of the elections were uncontested, which means there was there was one person running against themselves, essentially. There was nobody contesting the election. You feel me? That needs to be fixed. Contest some elections. You get into people's local communities and you change their lives in their local communities. You garner power locally all across the country so that you can maybe change this to having, a few seats in the House of Representatives. There were so many uncontested. That's crazy. I'd say this so much. 70% uncontested. Stuff like the DSA National Convention is in a couple months, and a heartbreak from the Democrats. Enforcing the endorsed politicians and the openly socialists is currently on the docket for voting at the convention. The problem is that if the DSA a hard break from the Democrats, unless they change, or if let's say they specifically have a focus, right? They have to be very focused to make sure they don't turn into like what the Green Party is. You know what I mean? They're very targeted into like what they do. You feel me? Also, Chatter, you're getting too focused on the Green Party. I don't care about the Green Party. My take is about, I'm using this as an example for all third parties, right? All third parties. This is an example. I don't care about the Green Party. I don't care about what they're doing. The point is that this is the case for all third parties. Third parties in the Bay don't even run candidates for city council positions or state legislature, but direct so many young people's energy and enthusiasm toward presidential candidates that are destined to fail and is negligent. Yeah. More people in the chat needs to run for office and carry the torch. I think everybody should be or should attempt to run for office. You know what I mean? If they have that power, or that time. The issue is that there are hurdles that are in place, and I've been working on something that tries to make things easier. Because the problem is that there are hurdles that you need to take it, to step to get over. But like, literally starting as small as like getting on your like local like city council could be impactful, right? Money is a huge barrier. In America, win our U.S. local elections all the time. We just had a local election like 2 weeks ago in Wisconsin. That's also an issue. Is that it's purposefully made to be so insanely difficult to follow, right? They happen all the time. They're spread out throughout the entire year, every year, for certain positions. Sometimes there's some in April. They have some in, the first week in May. You have some in January. You have special elections that happen, after runoff elections that happen. There's some in November. A lot happens in November. Usually November is like the election time, but there's some that happens in October before the actual like general election. There's not a massive chunk of them at the same time. For like the federal level, right? There are some that, let's say most, yes. So November is usually a time where it happens. The problem is that there's no like true standardization by being like all elections happen in November, right? They happen all over the place. But yeah, mostly in November. But it's like so difficult to, because also sometimes like for the same like district, right? Your city council might have an election in November, but your comptroller might have an election in like, you know, May. And so for like the same like level of governorship in like the local level, your elections are at different times for different positions. And so it's so hard to follow for like the normal person. And most people don't know what they need to do to like actually run for office if there's no standardization for that information. But anyway, I got so far off the topic. Let's continue with this.
That they're dead. With us seeing an attorney here telling the Post that Social Security sells its death information to creditors, pension companies, life insurers, and credit reporting firms. And then secondly, if done knowingly, which the White House has admitted is true, the move could amount to illegally falsifying government records. I mean, just to be clear about what's happening here, sources told the Times that the immigrants were given fake dates of death. And this is, according to the Post, agency staff had been warned that this might happen as early as February, right? Because they realized that anybody granted the appropriate permissions could just arbitrarily declare people dead without having to actually prove the death. You know, by, for example, citing medical records or a death certificate. But apparently that flaw wasn't patched, and so now over 6,000 people have effectively...
This is actually so topical. I literally just opened Twitter. This is the first thing I saw. My DSA chapter unanimously passed a resolution yesterday to completely cease our cooperation with the Democratic Party and instead construct our own independent support base and infrastructure. So I let this person being like, I thought the DSA was tied to the party. Like, that's so sad. That people legitimately think the DSA is like tied to the hip at like with the Democratic Party. And like they can't at all like divest from them. That's an issue that the DSA has fallen into. Like people thinking that that's actually the case.
been made non-persons
That
to
wasn't
get
what I
them
was
to
looking for,
self-deport. Though this is reportedly at least some officials recognize the illegality of what was happening and tried to resist. For example, a senior administrator who oversaw a staff of hundreds of technology experts reportedly pushing back against Scott Coulter, an investment firm founder installed as the new chief information officer by Elon Musk last month, telling him that the plan was illegal, cruel, and risked declaring the wrong people dead, according to 3 sources. But then last Thursday, security guards reportedly showed up at the administrator's office in the agency's Maryland headquarters and marched him out of the building, with the Post then reporting that he was placed on paid leave, possibly severing his 25-year career. Right, and to be clear, the White House is not denying that it did all this. Or you have the press secretary claiming that in declaring immigrants dead, they were just protecting lawful American citizens and their hard-earned Social Security benefits and ensuring illegal immigrants will no longer receive such economic entitlements, and then adding, anyone who disagrees with the common sense policies of this administration can find a new job. And so the White House claims that the people it's declared dead are convicted criminals and suspected terrorists. But this is, it hasn't provided any evidence of those claims or explained how it concluded that. Right, and we've already learned from the Post that the affected migrants include a 13-year-old, a 14-year-old, 2 16-year-olds, and one person in their 80s and a handful in their 70s. But then also the Times reporting, in addition to the 13-year-old, there were 7 other minors. And in case you're wondering, reportedly some agency staff have since checked some of the youngest immigrants against data that the agency typically uses to search for criminal history, and they didn't find anything. And this is a thing to keep in mind, is by all accounts, these were not illegal immigrants. They were people who entered the country and obtained their Social Security numbers lawfully. And as we wait to see how all this plays out, you have some officials saying that the White House is going to expand the death database method to even more people. And pretty soon, a lot more are about to become potential targets, especially because over 500,000 Cubans, Nicaraguans, Venezuelans, and Haitians who arrived under Biden's parole program are set to lose their legal status this month. Right? And the government's already begun revoking parole for nearly 1 million more people who entered the U.S. using the CBP-1 Act. But this also is at the same time we're seeing legal challenges brewing. With, for example, the Social Security General Counsel's office reportedly preparing an opinion that the death database move violates privacy law. And that is a lawsuit already filed against the agency is now using this news to argue that the White House violated violated a temporary restraining order blocking those from the agency's systems with personally identifiable information. But also, while this
radicalizing in front of our eyes. I mean, he's always been like a liberal, but like a liberal who's like, man, fascism is bad. You know what I mean? So like, sorry.
is particularly
You
shocking.
know what? Yes, he's radicalizing. My girlfriend loves fluidity. I need to get back in his good graces.
I mean, this death database thing, it's just one way that Trump is repurposing government agencies for immigration enforcement. Like in February, for example, Social Security reportedly agreed to hand over the latest known addresses of nearly 100,000 people to the Department of Homeland Security, which is something that officials say has never happened on this scale before. And then you've got things like the news that the Treasury agreed to hand over tax data to the DHS so they could track down and deport migrants, with the acting head of the IRS even recently resigning over the move. But for now, we'll have to wait to see how this continues to evolve. But then, shifting gears from that, next up, we gotta talk about this Minecraft movie chaos. Because Minecraft
Do we have to? Sure.
is in movie theaters all across the country. It just beat out the new Captain America to become the biggest box office hit of the year so far in the US, with it in just 10 days, making $280 million domestically, earning $550 million globally. It has also come with a healthy side portion of anarchy, or with clips popping up online of things like Jack Black's character shouting, "Chicken jockey," as something's happened in the movie, people in the theater just going absolutely batshit
Chicken jockey.
crazy, screaming, jumping, throwing popcorn, sometimes people climbing on each other's shoulders, and in at least one case, someone brought a real chicken. All of which, as you can imagine, at the very least, creates quite a mess in the theater, which is a former usher. Go fuck yourself for that. And while obviously every showing is not full mayhem, it's been such a big deal. I mean, we're seeing things like a theater in New Jersey banning unaccompanied kids from seeing the movie without adult supervision, with a theater also giving a little parenting lecture on Facebook, writing, large groups of unsupervised boys engaged in completely unacceptable behavior, including vandalism. If your son was at Township Theater last night, we strongly encourage you to have a conversation with him about his behavior. Also, you had local news in Alaska reporting the police had to escort a group of teenage boys out of a theater over their behavior. And according to the Salt Lake Tribune, in the case of the people who brought a real-life chicken, they were kicked out as well. And this is other theaters have had to issue general warnings about bad behavior during the film. And so with this, we've seen a lot of people sounding off online, writing things like buying a huge bag of popcorn just so you can piss the cinema workers off when Jack Black says chicken jockey is frankly quite insane and rude. Right? Arguing that it's disrespectful both to the people who just wanted to watch the movie with their families and to the people who work minimum wage.
Honestly, you shouldn't watch the movie at all anyway. It's bad. It's a bad movie. Right? People did this with Morbius, and we got Morbius 2 out of it.
Jobs in the theater. But this also, as some have defended the trend, including the movie's director, Jared Hess, with him, for example, telling Entertainment Weekly, "I'm just so happy that people are finding joy in going back to cinemas and seeing things as a community, as a group of people."
Bro, what a loser. Your movie sucked, bro. Of course you like it. You can move the subtitles on YouTube. Yeah, you can move it. I'll move it right here in the corner.
It's like we've become so isolated on our devices, and it's just fun to experience things as a group of human beings. And it's funny because I think it's just literally cheering and throwing popcorn, which is so funny to me that cops are being called for popcorn. But man, I'm just glad people.
Come on, dude. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on. Like, out of touch Hollywood director not understanding the fact that guess who has to clean the popcorn up? And as I said, if the trend was like throwing popcorn, but you see at the end of the video that they have like brooms and dustpans and they're actually sweeping the popcorn up, that would be another thing. Right? That would be another thing. That would be one thing. But like, you see the workers having to like clean the popcorn up themselves. In the Herman Craft charity event this weekend, he was interviewed, and it was so funny. How one of the interviewers only wanted to talk about Napoleon Dynamite. Jared has voices a character named General Chungus, whose character just making fun of how lazy Gen Z is. Oh, he voiced General Chungus? Not General Chungus. This one be a live chicken and release it during the scene. They didn't release it. He just held it. Yeah, he just held it. But yeah.
People are making memories with their friends and families. You also had some tweets noting that Jack Black visited a theater recently and warned against throwing popcorn and joining the chicken jockey trend. With that, based on the video, some have argued that it seems less like a reprimand and more like him joining in on the joke.
Please, no throwing popcorn, and also no lapis lazuli, and also absolutely no chicken jockeys! I am Steve.
Right, and all of this playing out as the film, again, has been a huge box office hit. And in fact, another thing that we're seeing are theaters trying to find kind of a happy medium. With, for example,
Wait, now that I'm thinking about it, he did say lapis lazuli in the movie, but like they never used lapis for anything. Huh. Jack Black's Pete Ren's being a loser. Hey, he was already a loser, Chatter. Let's be real.
Regal movie
Did they
theater
use Redstone? They did use Redstone.
is announcing so-called chicken jockey
they
screen.
enchant-
It's in
no.
40X, so it has those chairs that are moving around, and they tweeted, dress up as your favorite Minecraft characters, whoop, yelp, clap, and shout chicken jockey. Which, hey, if you
Like, I told you this would happen, chat. I told you this would happen. I told you the movie theaters were going to get on the trend. And like Mr. Beast got on the trend and Jack Black is joining on the trend because it makes them money. Because they know that memes make them money. Right? Somebody probably told them, hey, people are trashing movie theaters and like, you know, they're really loving the chicken jockey scene. They're like, yeah, we should lean into it. We should lean into it because it's going to make us so much more money. And so now I think that we should all just like let it rock. I don't think anybody should see the movie anymore. The meme is dead. Meme is dead. Nobody should see the movie and let it flop and flounder for the rest. But honestly, it's too late. It's already a successful movie.
you can
We're
compare,
going to get a Minecraft 2 out of this, bro. We're going to get a Minecraft 2 where they go to the end and they fight like the Ender serpent or whatever. Something stupid like that, you know? You know the Grimace Shake trend was made by McDonald's? Yes. Dragon? No. No, they're not going to do the Ender Dragon, chat. Because if you've seen the first movie, right, you would know that they just take the idea and the concept and they fumble it and they just mess it up or whatever. Like they made an iron golem with the boots of swiftness or whatever. Like that's not a thing in the game. They're not actually going to take something that's in the game. So they're not going to do the Ender Dragon. They're going to do the Ender Serpent or whatever. The Ender Goldfish or something like that.
compartmentalize the chaos. I think that could be a happy middle ground. Though you also have people online equating this to Regal negotiating with terrorists. You know, with this, I also
Honestly, I agree now. Regal is negotiating with terrorists. How dare you?
ask the question off to you. What are your thoughts? Also, if you went to the theater, what was your experience? For me, I brought my kids the first Friday that it was out. It was a packed theater. There were a lot of kids. There was some excitement and cheering, but there was nothing crazy.
I watched it with my girlfriend because I forced her to come watch it with me, and it was a theater with I think 7 people in a theater that could hold like 500, and the most we got was like one little girl, like a 5-year-old girl clapping at one part, and two not teenage, but tween boys like just giggling at some jokes, and that was it. I was the only person who was throwing popcorn and screaming chicken jockey. Chicken jockey. It was only me. I felt, man.
But this movie, like, it definitely found
It's
its
a pleasant spirit. To be honest, yeah, it was. It was nice. The movie sucked, right? But it was nice to get out and spend time with her. They was full of little kids and their families, basically dead silent after the Superman trailer ended. Really? Wait, I missed the trailers. I didn't even see the Superman trailer in theaters. Chicken jockey.
audience. Like, they were like middle school age children standing up at the end, clapping like they just watched a masterpiece. And then I've got more news for you in just a moment. But, first,
Oh, they also did clap at the end. So, movie was so bad. Excuse me. Did you not see the part where they said chicken jockey? You take that back. I do want to, before we get too far off the deep end, I do want to take some time and watch this FD video. Wait, he had 1 million subs. Did he just hit 1 million? W. Before I hadn't seen that part. But anyway, it's such a good animation, such CG team on such a bad script. Yeah. script was horrible.
Video is sponsored by Nebula. Please stay tuned to the end of the video to find out more about how you can sign up for Nebula so you can see my new short film, Talking to White People, which will only be available on Nebula. Now on to the show.
Little Joel. It's a sign.
As of writing, Donald Trump is essentially 2 months into his second term as president of the United States, and in many ways, he's been exactly what I and many others feared he might be, and in some ways, much worse. It was expected that Trump would do petty and ridiculous things like pardoning the perpetrators of the January 6th uprising or doing a full-on commercial for Tesla at the White House, renaming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, and so on. But he's also done things that are more demonstrably harmful, such as cutting tons of jobs within the federal government. I know many people who are out of work right now because of cuts to federal jobs. He's also killed DEI programs in various places. His tariff war stuff has caused many problems with the economy. He has declared that there are only two
Is the
genders.
writer too liberal for me sometimes? I don't think so. I think he's relatively even-handed.
He's put incompetent and dangerous people in charge of important American government systems like education and health with the vaccine denier / weirdo RFK.
But it's no blue no matter who. I'm interested in his take. Maybe my mind will change, right? Because I think that it's entirely fair to do a retrospective about like where we are now, what Trump is doing now, and whether or not what we advocated for during the election cycle is or was worthwhile. I think that is almost not even like positive, but necessary for like the left to do, right? Because that is not supposed to be in like easy decision or whatever. Like, again, I can start with this with my take, and that my take was, I think that we all mean like the society or whatever, people who cared about genocide, should have withheld their vote from Kamala Harris until she moved on Gaza, right? In order to pressure her for a ceasefire that did not happen under her tutelage, or an arms embargo that did not happen under her or Joe Biden's tutelage. And so I think it's entirely fair where that idea is to be like revisited in what Trump is doing, and saying like, would I still have that same take seeing now what Trump has done? I think that's entirely fair of where you have to go. Only issue at the so much swervy takes. I don't know any of its swervy takes. I think it's the breaking eggs part of making an omelet in the process right now. People need Trump to really wake up. I don't think so, honestly, because I don't think that even after Trump comes and goes, like, I don't think people are gonna like wake up. Like, I don't think accelerationism is gonna like fix the country. Like, we could have Trump that like actually goes out and deports American citizens, and people just won't care. Their family could be deported, and they just kind of won't care because they're gonna either, you know, cuddle up to like the Democrats or the Republicans, who both got us in the situation in the first place, you know. And so there has to be some other radical change outside of that. You know what I mean? Things will be so damaged by then. No, my point is even that being the case, which I do think things will be damaged by then, I think people still won't care, right? People still won't care about looking outside of the two-party system, because it's something that Mark Fisher wrote about in Capitalism Realism, or Capitalist Realism. I think Capitalism Realism. And that they were like, it's easier to imagine the end of the world and the end of capitalism. And so when faced with that reality that like things are so bad, it takes a lot of effort and radicalization to move people into understanding that like neither the Democrats or the Republicans care about you and your well-being. And we've gotten to this point of being so bad because of both the Democrats and the Republicans, and not just the Republicans being evil, right? And so, yeah, that's my take on that. But I am curious about what his take is.
Long-standing stooge Linda McMahon being over education, and that's even if he keeps the Department of Education, which it sounds like they're trying to get rid of.
This pissed me off as well, just because like
he keeps the Department of Education.
Just get someone to unlock the door. If you are Congress people and you have a right to be in this building, and you're just like, oh, see, look, they got the doors locked. They're not letting us in. Are you allowed to do that? If you were allowed to be in that building, yes. If it is a public facility that they are not allowed to keep you out from, then yes. Because their entire point was like, we are congressmen and congresswomen. We have a right to be in that building and they're keeping us out. Go in there. Get in there. Open the door. You know what? Someone take, if they're going to get you for vandalism, someone take the L to get arrested, break the window to unlock the door, and then everybody else walk in. You get the L for being arrested, and then like everybody else gets to get in and walk in and do what you're doing. But nobody wants to be that person. No one wants to be that first person who just like, you know, who takes the L. Right? Nobody wants to be the person that puts their own, you know, body on the line just slightly. You feel me? Sort of elected representatives acting like they're powerless. We gave you that power. Yeah, that's what they were doing. And one of these people is, guess who? This is right here. I can tell by his freaking hair. Is Maxwell Frost, who, if you're watching Hassan's stream, person that Hassan was talking to at the Bernie rally. I love if somebody is going to take the L and rather do something a little bit more impactful, just saying. But like, the point is like, not really. Do anything. I'd rather them do anything rather than do nothing. That's my take. Because they're not going to freaking, or like throw you in jail for like vandalism for a building that you're allowed to be in. If they're illegally keeping you out of the building that you are allowed to be in, and you like break a window, or you push the guy who was standing in the middle of the door out the way, like, you're allowed to be in there. Who's gonna stop you?
Which it sounds like they're trying to get rid of. And then there's the intangibles. There's the emboldening of white supremacists across the country doing marches in major cities. Ben Shapiro is calling for the pardoning of Derek Chauvin, the man who murdered George Floyd. Other American corporations
important way. I mean, like, I can't say it online way. No, but like, I'm not saying like, don't kill people or whatever, because like that would be dumb. Like, I don't expect my elected officials to go do like, you know, domestic terror or whatever. But I am expecting you to at least use the power that we've given you to actually do something. Like, there's a sliding scale to breaking the law. You know what I mean? And in a situation where they're like, we are so allowed to be in this building and they won't let us in, and you're just standing there being like, are you going to let us in, sir? And he's like, no. See? I'll pull the video up. Let me see.
What authority do you
Why is there no left ear, bro?
We're coming in.
Congress?
We're coming in. Don't lock the door. We're coming in. Who are you?
You're not coming in.
Who are you?
Who under whose
Who are
orders?
you? Who are
Who
you?
are you, sir?
Do you have business here?
I have sent the secretary. I have sent the assistant secretary a letter alerting her that we would be here today, and we've asked her for a meeting.
Yeah, I don't know that that's been accepted, so until that's
Wait a
accepted.
minute,
Who are you?
Can we see this?
And what do you do
What do
here?
you do
I have
here?
security responsibility.
Get out of the way. We pay for your job. We pay you.
We're members of
We
Congress.
pay you.
We're not
We're members of
You're
Congress.
here.
Nobody has accepted a meeting.
of Congress.
You
Wait a
are.
minute, we
your
haven't heard that from
children-
the secretary.
your
We haven't heard that from
children
the spokesman.
I'm
are
relaying
paid
that.
by-
You are not the spokesman for the department. You are a security guard.
Can you identify?
You gotta
get-
I already did.
Where's your badge? Where's your badge? You don't have any identification. Where's your ID? Where's your ID?
We are not.
It's not good enough.
We are not.
They want to close the Department of Education. They want to cut back on funding for low-income areas through Title I. They want to eliminate Head Start. They want to cut
President
back
Cop.
on school lunches, cut back on access to
I just love I love the first part because it's like a we're coming in. What did I say? as they waddle from back to side, they're like, "We're coming in. We're coming in. Don't block the door. We're coming in." Like, push him aside and walk in. If you get arrested, you get arrested, you know? And be like, yes, I was arrested for trying to enter the all access entrance for the Department of Education. Do something. Literally, Jay, I got to assault a congressperson? Yeah. Just anything except for like, oh, well, he's not letting us in. So, yeah.
They want to eliminate Head Start. They want to cut back on school lunches, cut back on access to college. And we're going to make sure that they recognize that that has to go through Congress and through our committee. And if we can get 3 Republicans to join us on the committee, we can stop everything they want to do. And if it gets out of committee, we need 3 Republicans in the United States to join us to block what they want.
I mean, that guy is stopping them from just walking in. Hello? Yes, that's what they said. Literally, it's like, we're coming in.
We're coming in. We're coming in. Don't block the door. We're coming in. Who are you?
You're not coming in.
Who are you?
Who under whose
Who are
orders?
you? Who are you?
Who are you, sir?
Do you have business here?
We do. I have sent the secretary. I have sent the assistant secretary a letter alerting her that
They're literally open because it's unlocked. It's an unlocked door. It's an unlocked door. And my expectation is you open the door, and when they start to like try to detain you or arrest you or whatever, right? You use that to your advantage to say they're arresting me for trying to access the Department of Education or whatever. And if that's not impactful, if that's meaningless, then why are we here in the first place? You know what I mean? If that's meaningless, if that doesn't do anything, regardless, why are we even protesting outside of here being like, we're coming in, we're coming in? It's about the feature, video doesn't feature the random DoorDash driver just walking through the building unchallenged. That would be funny. Yeah, sorry, let's continue. Could be a random from the street, no credentials, no uniform. He apparently flashed the badge, but I didn't see what the badge was. And she said that doesn't matter. So I don't know.
Are following suit with the retreat of DEI and equity programs, which, although never really a good thing, were at least ostensibly supposed.
One lawmaker trying to get in the building said the security guard is a private contractor and not a government employee.
To serve underserved populations, most notably at Target, which has kicked off some kerfuffle among Black folks and probably a litany of other things I can't think of. And I don't know if all of this is perfectly accurate, because to be honest, I haven't been paying attention to this motherfucker. I told y'all that a couple of months ago, that I really am not here to talk about Trump. This will not be a Trump coverage channel. It's not that I don't care, it's that I don't think talking about all the bad shit he does is all that useful, at least for me, but I'll probably come back to that in a second. What this video is a reassessment of some things I said and mentioned in a video I did not long after the election about how Trump got here in the first place, about why he is our president today, at least according to the explicit election results of 2024. That video had a really interesting response in that it was something that I think most people appreciated, but some people appreciated in ways that I didn't like and don't stand behind. And other people hated it for reasons I don't think make a lot of sense and have been trying to prove to me otherwise this entire time. In that video, I essentially say that the core issues that caused Donald Trump to win that election,
yeah, I disagree with it.
No matter how you...
Not necessarily like disagreed like fervently with it, but I think that there were some conclusions that I didn't necessarily like directly agree with. Started this video last night and then I'm closing at this around this point because it seems so irrelevant to what's we're going through right now. I don't think it's necessarily irrelevant. I think it's, as I said earlier, I think it's important for us to reevaluate whether or not the strategy was useful. As I said earlier, like my strategy of like you know, the left, like the actual left, like leftists, pro-Palestinian supporters, withholding their vote from Kamala Harris to pressure her on like a ceasefire and arms embargo, to stop moving right, and if that was like the most, like with it kind of doing like a cost benefit analysis, seeing like the benefits that we could have incurred from that, if that was worth the cost of what Trump is doing now. Even though I still think that it is, I'm willing to hear takes about if other people don't feel like that's the case, right? Because I think that if you think that like what Trump is doing now is so bad that like it makes anybody who ever withheld their vote or protested the vote for Kamala Harris inherently unjustified, I want to hear what your reasoning for that is. You know what I mean? I think it's important to interrogate our tactics on the left and see whether or not they're useful or not useful. Maybe my mind will change. Maybe my take about withholding your vote from Kamala Harris to push for an arms embargo is not, on point because Trump is doing something. Like maybe the libs were right by saying Trump is so bad that we have to put aside our anti-genocide positions and vote for her regardless, and like a vote blue no matter who. Like maybe that will be the case, right? I want to hear what the take is as well. I'm curious. What's up, Silent?
You try to analyze or swing it mostly come down to race and gender. My argument is that issues like the ongoing genocide in Palestine had minimal effect.
Outside of trying to use your vote as leverage, they don't care if they lose, so our votes means nothing. I don't think it's, again, I said this before as well, that maybe this is a naive take of mine, but like I don't think there's anything to lose in that case. It's just an attempt to try it. I do agree with you now in that like I fall on this take of like, and I understand, I know that it probably won't matter, but I feel like it wouldn't be, I feel like I wouldn't feel comfortable in my position if I didn't do everything in my power to try to push them to that case, or to that position, even if that position was a case of, I knew that they weren't going to change their mind, right? And I think deep down, I knew Kamala Harris wasn't going to separate from like genocidal Joe Biden, and I knew she wasn't going to say ceasefire, or she wasn't going to push for an arms embargo. Like I knew this was the case, but I felt like as a Democratic Party voter, as registered Democrat, it was like I felt like I needed to be like, I'll still vote for you if you don't do genocide stuff, even if I knew that they weren't going to do it, Anyway, so I want to run it back because like he just said he was saying what his point with that video was.
No matter how you try to analyze or swing it, mostly come down to race and gender. My argument is that issues like the ongoing genocide in Palestine had minimal effect on the poor performance of Kamala Harris in the general election, and that her performance and loss had more to do with her identity and how people perceive her identity than anything else she did or anything else Trump did that at least was related to her or the presidency, as opposed to like people just wanting Trump to be in office because they know it'll piss off the woke mob and get rid of immigrants, etc.
Yeah, so that was his original take, which is a take that I disagreed with. I made a very long video that didn't really get any views, and that's totally fine because I just kind of wanted to immoralize my position on that. I think her identity had some impact on it, sure, but it wasn't even like top 3 most impactful things. I think her loss had to do more with her inability to separate from Joe Biden and running to the right on many different policies and abandoning the progressive left-wing base and closing up to Republicans and things of that nature than her identity did in general. But that was his old take. And that was my take on his old take. But I am curious to see how that has grown.
In that video, and I'll say it again here, this does not mean that other issues are irrelevant to why this election ended the way it did. It just means that from my perspective, based on the analysis I did, they mean less than the fact that Kamala was a black woman, and just taking a look at the trends of the voter data over the last couple of elections and the exit polls and everything else and saying what I think it meant. Please go back to that video if you want to see my actual analysis.
Run because of racism? Kind of, but like Trump. No, I disagree with that actually. Trump did not get more votes than he got in 2020, right? Like both, like voter turnout was just down, right? It was down across the board. It was down for Democrats and the Republicans. Right, so he didn't mobilize more people with being extra super racism, you know, like extraordinarily racism. Like that couldn't have been the case. While racism was a factor, 100%, like that wasn't like bringing out more racist people for Trump or converting racist Democrats over to like racist Republicans specifically. You know what I mean? Say the previous video, their campaign was good, which it wasn't. Kamala was always going to have issues with getting racists to vote for her. The point should be rather that she couldn't get young people to show up in drones against Trump. Yeah, that's what I said in my video as well, is that like Kamala did not stop or start being a black woman when she started to run. It's not like we didn't know she was a black woman, right? She got the nomination with all of us understanding full well that she was a black woman. So if anything, like that's an L for the entire Democratic Party, and another example of like Joe Biden and the Democratic Party as a whole being at fault. Because like we knew she was a black woman. If we knew that black women can't win the elections in America, why did we even make her the nominee in the first place? And why are we talking about her being the nominee in 2028? It makes no sense. Why is Kamala Harris even in contention? Why is any black woman even in contention for 2028 if she lost because of America being super insanely racist and she is a black woman? We should keep black women far away from the presidency if that's the case. I don't think that's the case, so I don't agree with that. But if you believe that, black women should have nowhere close to the presidency. You know, black men either. To be fair, Obama did win twice. So like, I can understand black men having like not being as crazy or whatever. Like it shouldn't be a problem with black candidates rather than politics, like throwing black politicians under the bus. Yeah, I'll let FD continue though. This analysis does kind of lean into black women can never be president, which I disagree with. Yeah, I also disagree with that.
Or don't.
I was her polling positive when she announced as the nominee. That's what I said.
I know for some of you, it will not matter. One thing I've learned, or don't. Please go back to that video if you want to see my actual analysis, or don't. I know for some of you, it will not matter. One thing I've learned after years on this platform is that your loudest and most visible critics and people that understand you the least rarely ever actually pay attention to you. Any issue that they have with you is rarely a position you actually hold or take that you've actually given. Instead, they'll often hyper-focus on a distorted, made-up version of something they heard you might have said that they got from something somebody else said that they read on Twitter. And it's always people with a whole lot of tweets. Just keeping it real with y'all. Y'all niggas tweet a lot. My point is, I'm not going to relitigate everything from that video.
That doubles down on her losing because due to her being a black woman. I genuinely think that this is, and if y'all feel very strongly about like disagreeing with FD on this, I can definitely reach out to them, have a conversation with them about this. Just so I don't like mischaracterize him, but I think he's saying that the analysis that he did led him to that conclusion, and I just disagreed with the analysis. But I think it's understandable how you would arrive at that conclusion. Right? It's a compelling argument, right? I mean, it's a part of it, but not the sole reason. Yeah, like it's a compelling argument. And this is what I disagree with. What's it called? Oyemi about, right? Because like, I don't fault people for saying that like her identity played a role in her loss. I have faults with people saying that that was the primary reason or like the number one reason why she lost, right? For things that I've outlined in this video that you can watch if you really want to, right? How the Democrats fumbled in the 2024 election. They just got no views, by the way. This actually might be my my least viewed video. Yeah, no, it is. It is my least viewed video of all time. And I spent some time on this analysis too. RIP.
So I just rewatched it, and close your ears with those of you who hate me because you think I'm smug and arrogant. That video was a banger. I cooked on that shit. This is the double down. I'm sorry. Are there elements and angles from that video that I hope are elaborated on by other people? Definitely. Are there ways in which I could have been more clear and that I want to clarify a little bit here, of course I wouldn't be making this video, but I think the core thesis I had to that video has not been disproven by anything I've seen, but I do want to at least engage with some of the most significant criticism that I caught from that and update how I feel about this whole situation at this point some months later. So let's get to major criticism 1. New research seems to indicate that the genocide in Palestine was in fact a major factor in voter opinions and the outcome of this election. In late January, right around the inauguration, the Institute for Middle Eastern Understanding released a report that found that nearly 30% of former Biden voters that didn't vote for Kamala Harris didn't do that mainly because of Palestine. Press releases.
Do you think that it's fair to say that you can't really analyze the role her identity played because she wasn't able to step outside of Biden's shadow? Maybe people didn't see a black woman, they saw Biden 2.0 the same way they saw Biden as Obama 2.0. I mean, yes, that's the number one reason why. Actually, you know what? I'll play my ending thesis of the video. Correct. They gained 1% of Republican voters when compared to 2020. Change. Yeah. My number one reason as to why she lost is Kamala sticking with Joe Biden. That's the number one reason. Number 2 was, wait, where was it? It was somewhere. I don't know. It was somewhere in here. Yeah, it was Joe Biden, Kamala staying with Joe Biden. 2 was pandering to Republicans. I think 3 was her identity. No, sorry. Joe Biden staying in the race was number 3. 4 was her identity, and 5 was like freaking liberalism and celebrityism and stuff. The more reason she lost is because of Harry Citizen. True.
About this, Kamala Harris didn't do that mainly. 30% of former Biden voters. Institute for Middle Eastern Understanding released a report that found that nearly 30% of former Biden voters that didn't vote for Kamala Harris didn't do that mainly because of Palestine. Press releases about this report circled strongly in left-wing online circles. More than a few people sent this to me or added me about this on Twitter as proof that I was wrong. And it is seemingly vindication on the idea that it was, in fact, the genocide in Palestine that caused Kamala Harris to lose.
That's the issue. I don't think people are claiming, or people shouldn't be claiming, that like it's the genocide that caused Kamala to lose, right? The real take, the actual take, is that it was a melting pot of factors, right, that kind of melded together, right, that culminated in the loss, right? And it's about how much of each ingredient was added to make that recipe. You know what I mean? Like the recipe called for like, maybe 3 tablespoons of like, her genocidal rhetoric was like dumped into the pot or whatever, right? And 2 ounces of, her like, her identity was added to the pot. And you just add these things to the pot and mix it together, and you get a recipe of her losing the election, right? The argument is not that like, oh, you just omit the eggs. Her identity does not play any role in the recipe that we're creating, right? It's just that maybe it's not as large of a role as people make it out to be in order to get to the loss, right? Because my biggest point that I make for my election analysis is that if the case, as I said earlier, if it's the case that Kamala lost primarily due to the fact that she is a black woman, like if that was the chief reason behind her loss, we cannot, as a country, elect a black woman. Not like we don't have the ability to. The left and the Democrats should never allow a black woman to have the nomination at all, if that's the case, right? If America is just too racist to elect a black woman, wouldn't it be too much to lose or too much to risk losing if a black woman just cannot win the election if a black woman got the nomination because they just can't win it, right? I don't believe that to be the case. Because I believe that there are other factors, right, that Kamala Harris had failed on that we need to address, because we're not going to stop America from being white supremacists, right? We're not going to do that. And so either we're going to have to like work within the bounds of the society that we live under, or radically change society in some way. And if we're not going to do the latter, we're going to have to do the former. Eventually, but not tomorrow yet. Yeah. And so if we're working within the bounds of what America is, like, it's like a dialogue tree. Here, I'll try to explain it like this. Right? So we know that USA is racist. Right? It's either we change it tomorrow or we don't. Right? These are the two paths that we take. And obviously, we can't change it tomorrow. This path is already dead. It's not going to happen. And so because we're not changing it tomorrow, right, there's only two paths. We either, you know, if Kamala lost because she's a black woman, primarily, either we never nominate a black woman, because she cannot win because she's a black woman, or, right, fix other factors. Those are the only two options. He has a text tool? I know. I'm not using it. Those are the only two options. Because we know America is racist, and because we know that it's not changing, either we can never nominate a black woman ever for the presidential nomination, because they will just lose because America is too racist, or we have to fix other factors. We have to address the other factors. We have to run good campaigns. We have to not run on genocidal rhetoric. We have to not attach ourselves to a failed president who was forced to drop out 3 months, 4 months before the election. There are things within our control that we can control to make sure that these people can win the election. That's my position, right? I don't subscribe to the idea that we can never nominate a black woman because black women are just inherently not going to win, right? Especially when you get to the, or when you come to the idea that, like, in polling, there was polling that showed that freaking Michelle Obama was the only person to win the election against Trump, or projected. Let me see. Know she was a black woman when they were conversing. The logical endpoint of this argument. If Kamala lost primarily because she's a black woman, then what's the lesson here? Did we not know she was a black woman when there were conversations about her running the campaign in Biden's stead? What of the polling that demonstrated that the only other person to beat Trump was another, albeit more popular, black woman, Michelle Obama? See, I told you it would come back later. Did Obama, whose identity was more of a focal point in 2008, not handily win his election? And most importantly, do we just never run a black woman ever again? America is a white supremacist nation. Yes, always has been, and for the foreseeable future, will continue to be. Do we hang up our coats and only run our own old white men to beat their old white men? Well, if only there was an old white man that is popular and effective in courting independence with his populist policies. We could have had not just once, but on 2 separate general election occasions. Despite the Bernie cup that I'm holding on to in 2024, the polling doesn't even demonstrate that her identity lost her votes. As I spent the entire video demonstrating, the Democrats since defeating Trump have been solely hemorrhaging supporters in their own base. A lot of it had to do with Biden's age and mental faculties, but additionally, the apparatus propping him up and defending him did not instill confidence in the Democratic Party, especially not with the COVID elephant that occupied the room in the last 4 years. Party approval rating often shifts following the president, and COVID, the quarantine, and the subsequent rise of inflation tanked confidence in the Democrats from the average American citizen. The fall of Roe was able to minimize— I misspoke citizen, but yeah. Just a side note, there aren't plenty of people currently standing people like Michelle Obama and Jasmine Crockett and telling them to run. Jasmine Crockett would lose worse than Kamala Harris. This is like a good video. I should have watched it. I think it's a good video. I think it came out too late to be relevant. And also, I don't have a large YouTube audience. So I don't think it did particularly well. But I do think that my analysis was poignant. And I think that it did a decent job of trying to contextualize every reason as to why Kamala Harris had lost. The libs love Jasmine Crockett. No, I don't like Jasmine Crockett. I don't. Good video. I watched it. Didn't we watch it on stream? I think we watched it on stream. Anyways, let's continue.
idea that it was in fact the genocide in Palestine that caused Kamala Harris to lose. So let's talk about this. As I mentioned in previous videos, I have legitimate credentials and experience in sociological research. And when you're a trained researcher, you know that one of the worst things you can do to actually care about whatever research happened is only read the press release, because a press release is very different than an actual study. They don't have nearly the same level of oversight or scrutiny, and one has way more leeway to say whatever the fuck it wants without getting licenses revoked or sued or whatever. When I see headlines like
this statement about Harvard, we'll watch it later.
Damning new poll shows price Kamala Harris paid for backing Israeli genocide in Gaza, I know that they don't have to go through a very rigorous evaluation process to make that statement. They'll just say in the article, according to research done by such and such, and then post a link to that research, knowing that most people will click it and never actually look at the research directly. Instead, people will just link the article on a tweet and then use it in their preferred culture war topic. They probably won't even actually read the article either if the headline is provocative enough and says the thing that they want to be true. I remember a few years ago, a whole young man
does that also not apply to Kamala Harris lost because she's a black woman kind of thing? I'm not saying he's incorrect and wrong here, but you know what I mean? Things that we don't read, bro. Crazy. I mean, to be fair, a lot of y'all don't read. If we're being entirely real and honest.
Becoming more right wing.
If I had a nickel for every time I saw somebody with hammer and sickle in their Twitter name and Marxist in bio, quoting how or misquoting Marx, I'd have $1 million by now. You know what I mean? Or misunderstanding what Marx had explicitly said, or why hadn't Marx addressed this when it's something that Marx had addressed directly. You know, and it's not a slight against leftists or socialists or communists or Marxists. Nobody reads anymore. It doesn't happen. How baristas aren't workers. Exactly. How baristas aren't actually workers. How baristas are petite bourgeois, and how they actually benefit from capitalism more than a millionaire office worker or something. I don't freaking know.
Table popped up, and so
when y'all come in here asking why you haven't covered the topic when it's in the title of the stream, yeah.
Social media circles and a bunch of people talk about it and went nuts because it had this one graph that showed this big trajectory of right-wing thinking in young men. And don't get me wrong, some elements of the election do show that to be kind of a thing, but it's not nearly as much of a thing as the research showed it. I made a whole video about it on the B-sides literally years ago. I guess I will leave that in the description, although it has nothing to do here, except for point out the fact that when it comes to research that enters into the pop culture, social media discourse space, it's almost always being represented to mean more than what it actually does mean. And this paper is no exception. The methods section of this paper immediately bothered me because I'm not sure it's really a methods section or a research paper, at least from what I'm seeing. And I know different papers have different standards, and it might be something that I just have not been able to find, but that's a problem. If you're publishing research, I should be able to easily read the entirety of the paper, even if I have to pay for access to a journal, but that's neither here nor there. It says the data was collected from YouGov.org, which is not a horrible thing. That's perfectly fine. But I immediately had a red flag when I looked at this first piece, which showed the people that voted for Biden, but not Kamala Harris. And its sample size was only 604. So 604 is not a horrible sample size for sociological research, but it's not really big enough to be what we call representative in political research. So this is all very brief, oversimplified research methodology stuff. Please, for those of you who are still hardcore into the sociological research space, do not come check me on this. Just roll with it unless I say something really fucked up, then drag me in the comments. But you know where I'm going with this. It's never possible to survey everyone on a given issue. You can't look at everyone's grades across the country for a particular test or look at everyone's health outcomes or whatever. It's just not possible. So in quantitative research, i.e. statistical research, statisticians have come up with a bunch of different standards and formulas and rules that basically say, okay, if you...
Okay, I'm wondering when we're going to get to like the dissection of the data itself and why it's inconsequential, essentially. Just because I think he's addressing a claim that I personally don't hold, that maybe he has seen and maybe people do hold. And that is like, she lost because of Gaza. And I don't hold that position. I don't hold the position that like Gaza cost her the election. In the same way, I also don't hold the position that like she lost, or the reason for her loss is not directly, like, what's the word? Like, due to her identity. Biden cost her the election, let's be real. 100%. 100%. Biden threw the election, right? Which is why I think this entire conversation is a bit of a non-starter, because it doesn't matter so long as you are adhering to the system that like allowed Biden to like win the nomination in the first place and allowed Biden to stay in for as long as he did, right? It doesn't matter. None of this matters. We can address the reason for her loss, whether it was her identity or not her identity, for as long as we want to talk about, or whether it's because of Gaza or not because of Gaza. Like, it doesn't matter so long as the Democratic Party, you know, puts seniority above all. It does. None of this matters, actually. Like, what Kamala Harris does or does not do, or did or did not do, makes no consequence or has no consequence so long as the Democratic Party still operates like the Democratic Party. You feel me? As I've seen multiple people say the same points that you have, and I think FD might be talking about libs who think that Gaza cost her the election. No, he's not. He's talking about leftists. He's talking about leftists on Twitter, 100%. I'm a professional researcher, and it's what I do for work, and I will tell you right now that FD is doing an appeal to authority, and he's wrong. I mean, he may not be like, it depends on what you mean by wrong, right? He may not be wrong in like his analysis of what he's doing here, right? And like he may be correct about his assertion. It's more about the conclusion he draws from this, which is what I'm curious about, which is why I paused it to give you what conclusion I wonder he's drawing from this. Because again, he might be addressing a point that I don't know that I would have made myself, or that I think that the left as a whole is making. But I do want to see and hear.
You follow these rules, your sample of people will be what we call representative, i.e., this means that whatever you find in this research is representative of the greater population around this issue. I.e., through the power of statistics, we can say that whatever you found, shit is cool. Shit works. It's predictable. This is imperfect on a lot of levels. Papers that seem like they're good in 1999 were proven to be some bullshit in 2003 and so on and so forth. But it is a general standard and how things are done. In political research, even on YouGov.org, the expectation is that a political survey should have at least 1,000 valid responses. Yet, I didn't see anything about them not reaching that threshold in this report, which initially made me very suspicious about the whole thing. And I kept digging and clicking around and realized, I
think for the 22-month free subscription. Much appreciated.
Had missed low-key half of the paper, and I went back and looked and saw that the entirety of the sample was not 604, it was actually 1,078 voters. The other 474 respondents in the sample actually still voted for Kamala Harris, despite her stance on sending weapons to Israel. So I want you to think about the real math here now. This survey had a valid sample size of 1,078 people. Of those 1,078 people, 604 or 56% of them did not vote for Kamala Harris. And then, by their own words, only 175 out of those 604 people.
I don't know if that's like, again, because I'm not a statistician. I don't know this directly. But like, if you're doing a survey or an analysis of voters who voted for Joe Biden, and you're trying to figure out, of the voters who voted for Joe Biden, how many of the voters who voted for Joe Biden and didn't vote for Kamala Harris, what was the reason for not voting for Kamala Harris? I don't think that it's invalid to then not, consider the voters who then voted for Kamala Harris, because it's not a part of the analysis, right? Because like, if they voted for Kamala Harris, then it doesn't matter why they didn't vote for Kamala Harris, because they did vote for Kamala Harris. You know, the actual poll if you want to look at it by chance. I mean, I'll take a look. I'll take a gander. And so I don't particularly think that makes the polling invalid, unless I'm misunderstanding, which I can very well be misunderstanding. Right? I have a lowly bachelor's degree. You should look at who voted for Biden and didn't vote for Kamala, and then who voted for first time for Kamala, which I assume that they did. Like they were looking at who voted for Biden and didn't vote for Kamala. That's what he showed. Biden 2020 voters who did not vote for Harris. Get it? This is what he's talking about. Biden non-Harris sample. So of course this sample is going to be smaller than the entire sample because, you know what I mean? Like, of course the sample is going to be smaller than the entire sample because of the people who voted for Biden, the entire sample was the 1,000 number he said, right? And of that smaller number, 604 of those voted for Biden and didn't vote for Harris. As I'm assuming if I'm reading this correctly. Right? Am I misunderstanding? Am I misreading this? I'm pretty sure he's not saying that the poll is invalid. I think he's let him finish the specific point. He's saying it's only 60%, but the underlying assertion is that it's invalid, right? Unless I get it, I'm not gonna just stop the video here, right? I'm not gonna just okay. We got this far. Time to click off the video and go to something else. We're going to finish the video. We're gonna get to his actual point, right? But I'm trying to contextualize and make sure I understand before we continue the discussion. Right? I think it's not that it's invalid, but that it's not enough people to blame Israel's support on her laws, which again, I don't know if that's the point that I would make. And if that's like the point that is being made broadly. When you look at those percentage numbers and add and subtract the margin of error, if you're worried about the sample size. Okay, I'm gonna run it back just so I can understand a little bit of what his numbers are. I mean, Israel was one of the reasons why she lost. I don't understand why I nitpick over this. It's more about like, I think he understands that Israel is part of the reason. I think the leftists understand that her identity is also part of the reason. It's more about the ordering of priorities. We all understand that there's like 5 reasons why she lost, like her Joe Biden not dropping out, her associating with Joe Biden, her moving to the right with the Republicans, the genocide in Palestine, and her identity. Like we all understand that these are all things, and it's about what order these things come in, and that's important because it kind of dictates the order that the left is addressing these things as well. Like if her identity is number one chief issue of reason why she lost, that's what our focus should be as the left in order to combat. What that looks like, I don't know. Right? But that would be our chief focus. But if the number one reason why she lost is the genocide in Palestine, then of course that is our chief focus of why we should be focusing on if you want them to win the election, right? And that's why I think this is important to get correct, to get right? Because it will guide what path we as the left should take in order to go into the future of winning elections in the future, to stopping the Republicans from doing what the Republicans are doing now. You know what I mean? That's why I use English like top issue, because these issue polling wise voters care more about. I can send you some of the pew polling for election day if you want. I don't think it's particularly necessary. It's kind of important to get the correctness analysis, otherwise it will be used again to push for what they want. Exactly. Most of us are talking about the exact formula for why she lost, which is and which part is the most significant. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Point being, Kamala should have been looking at an Obama level base of support and mobilization, not Biden. She couldn't even match Biden and could never, that should never been our goal. Biden barely won. Biden did not barely win. Biden won relatively handedly, especially in the context of how bad Harris lost. Like the Biden 2020 win was like pretty significant. Biden won by a good bit, but not because he was a good candidate. Exactly. Yeah, 100%. Did he win with 20 million? No, he did not win with 20 million. He won by, I think it was like 81 or 82 to 79. It was like 3 million. But it was pretty significant in the context of what was expected, you know? Wasn't it the largest turnout? Yeah, it was the largest turnout. I'm pretty sure in American history. Biden's total swing state margin was it 74 to 81? Yeah, like he got a lot more votes. Like even like Harris's loss was a lot closer than Biden's win, you know? Sorry, I'm gonna just continue this before I get off topic.
604 or 56% of them. You should think about the real math here now. This survey had a valid sample size of 1,078 people. Of those 1,078 people, 604 or...
Okay, so I'm going to write this down just so I make sure that I understand. He said 1,078 people.
Sample size of 1,078 people. Of those 1,078 people, 604 or 56% of them did not vote for Kamala Harris.
Okay. Right, so 1,078 people is the full sample size. And then of the sample size, 604 was Biden, not Harris, which is at 56%.
And then, by their own words, only 175 out of those 604 people did not vote for Kamala Harris, primarily because of the fact that she did not take a stance against the genocide.
And he said 175 of this 604 voted for Biden, not, geez Louise, Biden, not Harris, due to genocide. Is this correct, chat? I want to make sure that I'm not misunderstanding. How many Harris got? Harris got like, I don't know, we can look at the exact number. Point is that Biden's mode of campaigning was never long-term sustainable, making Trump a unique evil without addressing policy is meaningless, even long-term, to even normies. Yes, you're 100% correct. I agree. Yes, okay. We're all 1,000 people Democrats. They were all people who voted for Biden. I believe that's what the sample size is referring to. These are all people who voted for Biden, right?
In Palestine. When we put that back into the context of the entire sample, what these report...
But you wouldn't do that, right? Am I misunderstanding? You wouldn't put this in the context of the entire sample, right? Because the study is specifically based upon people who didn't vote for Harris, right? Why would you contextualize this in the entire study of people who did vote for Harris? Because that's not what we're trying to figure out. From what I understand, like studies like this are trying to figure out a specific thing, right? You're trying to figure out, of the people who voted for Biden and didn't vote for Harris, why did that happen? Right? Why did that happen? So putting the 175 in context to the entire sample size, it'll be representative if they all voted for Biden and not Harris. Yes, which is why we have this sample here, right? Because you don't care about the people who voted for Harris. They voted for Harris. They're not the people you're considering or you're worried about in your sample. Representative 4 is not a representative sample. And like I can understand that, and like that can be like, you know, you could say that this should be over 1,000 for it to be like, you know, a representative sample and be better, right? But like, if he's saying that in statistics that sample size is not representative, but like again, I understand that, but again, in the context of what he's doing, which is trying to like invalidate the argument that Gaza had to do with Harris's loss, right? I don't know if I agree with that. It should be at least 1,000 people. So I get where he's coming from, but I think his hyperfixation on this one poll is my main issue. If they found 1,078 people who voted for Biden, not Harris, and the percentage would vote for Harris because of Gaza would be representative. And I can understand, like, I get it. I understand that it's not representative, right? Sure, whatever. I don't care. It's not representative, right? But that doesn't also mean the inverse, right? Right? Just because you're proving that the sample is not representative does not then prove that the loss had nothing to do with Gaza. It just means that there needs to be more data, right? So you can't make an assertion that, like, therefore, you know, their loss doesn't have to do with Gaza. It's just that this could be potentially, right, the case, but there just needs to be more data for it to be the case, right? But it's not being framed in that way. That's why him getting into this one poll in depth is not that useful. Yeah. He's not saying that it has nothing to do with the Gaza, but it has less of an impact than people argue. You can't say that, chat. That's the problem. You can't say that. In the same way that you can make a claim that you can't say that this poll means that Gaza had something to do with it. You also can't make the claim of the inverse. You can't then now claim that Gaza had less of an impact than people had. The only response you can have from this is that there's not enough data. That's it. The only analysis you can make from this is that there is just not enough data to make an assertion on the impact that Gaza had on the election. That's the only thing you can say. You cannot say that Gaza caused her the election. You could also not say that Gaza did not play a role at all in her loss, right? I'm only relaying his argument, and I'm refuting that. This poll is not enough to make any claim. That's it. Exactly. That's my point. That's my point. There's not enough here to make a wide sweeping claim on it. But I will continue, right? I'm just giving you my thoughts as the information is coming in, making sure that I'm, like, understanding what's being said.
Really should point out is that only 16% of the people that they surveyed did not vote for Kamala Harris because of Palestine, which is significant, but far less compelling than the initial things that were being put out there. It's literally half as significant, basically. Now, I want to be clear that 16%, especially in this,
you could, right? But you cannot make the assertive claim that, like, you know, this is this way or this isn't this way. You also can't do that with one poll. Even if one poll had 1,000 people and it did say that, I still wouldn't feel comfortable saying that, like, which is why it's something a lot of people do on the left, is they'll take one poll that says one thing and they'll be like, oh, you know, this thing is the case, therefore it must be the case, as opposed to taking the wider trends in polls, right? Caring about Gaza is not a light switch. It's not either you care or you don't, but clicking a checkbox on a poll makes it seem that way.
Election is not insignificant. This is not a 9%, especially in that is significant, basically. Now, I want to be clear that 16%, especially in this election, is not insignificant. This is not a non-finding, and the study isn't invalid. It's just much less of a big deal than press releases and tweets would have people think. That's 16%.
Which is fine. That's fine, right? That's a fine conclusion to make. That's chill, right? But I don't understand the wider point that's being made, right? You're not wrong, but he's also doing even worse to point to it as actually racism being the number one cause, which requires its own set of analysis and things of that nature, right? Like this is a fine conclusion to draw, but, like, again, it needs to be contextualized into the wider point of, like, how racism and her identity played a very specific and unique role in the outcome of the election, right?
16%, depending on its composition,
It's become a freaking math stream now. I'm a freaking math stream nerd.
A huge difference, but that's
this was something that
again,
Ole did
the
too,
thing.
where she was focused on a specific Twitter account instead of reality. Yeah, and I will say, like, Ole didn't take it in, like, this way, where, like, FD is a little bit more, at least a lot less, you know, aggro on Twitter to, like, specific accounts.
We don't know much about this 16%'s composition because I don't say anything about the methods of how they collected this data, except for the fact that they got it from YouGov.org, which already
like, is this analysis also applied to the data that FD used in the first video? Like, it might be, right? It might be that he did this rigorous analysis for all the data that he used in his video as well. Right? But it feels like hyper-focusing on this one poll to make the claim that it's not as significant as people think that it is, as opposed to saying that this shows that it could be significant, but we need more data for it to be the case, right? Is a bit weird to use this as like a double down moment, in my personal opinion, right? Because the answer is that we just don't have enough data, right? Like, we don't have enough data. So I don't necessarily understand the double down when the data doesn't necessarily disprove what he's saying, but also doesn't necessarily prove what the critics are saying. There's just not enough data to make like widespread conclusions. Yeah, the demographic breakdowns posted. Yeah, we have it open. It's the same thing, right? It's just a little bit lower. Right? I was like confused. This is not, it's here. Also, wait, it has the it has some math here at least. I don't know what I was looking for on this. My question is this: what is FD trying to achieve by this? I don't know. I think there's more nuance than that. You can acknowledge the imperfections and still use and coordinate. Oh wait, we're talking to this person. Okay, never mind.
Producing some biases about who's going to go to and even knows that website. We also don't know if the people that took this survey were in Georgia or California.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Or Arizona. If there are any of those states, that 16% is a huge deal and would have had a serious impact. But if those are people responding to this survey from Texas or California or New York or Illinois, then it's kind of meaningless.
I disagree. I disagree. Like if we're going to do just very specific analysis on only swing state analysis, like about voter turnouts, then like sure, I guess we can do that. But like talking about the overall trends and how people felt about Kamala Harris, it's not meaningless if the way people felt in California or Texas about Kamala Harris, because that also impacts, you know, again, in like 50, 60, 70 years ago before the internet, maybe that would be the case. But like how people feel about Kamala Harris is not just relegated to one person's state, right? It's not just relegated to one person's state. It's not just like people seeing stuff in North Carolina is not just seen in North Carolina, right? It invades and infests everywhere, right? It does. It you know, kind of controls what people share on social media. It controls what people say at rallies and how people at rallies interact. It controls how people see what people say on TV. Like social media has like, it bleeds the lines. So you can't just throw out how people view Kamala Harris in California. It may not be as impactful, but it's still not necessarily meaningless, right? If he's just doing analysis, I don't think he has some motive. That's incorrect. All analysis has motive, chat. You don't do analysis for no reason. All analysis is motivated by something. You're trying to show something. Even these polls that we're looking at, right? It's done to show a specific thing. Like, there's motive. There's the motive behind the analysis that I did, right? There's analysis behind all, or there's motive behind all analysis.
argument that I was making was based on the fact that when you analyze the data of what was happening in swing states, comparing Kamala's voter counts to Biden's voting counts, you see that she outdid him in many of those swing states. So until we know exactly what happened in those states, we don't quite know for sure what is happening. I could go on trying to use my researcher brain to break down why I'm not.
Okay. So how can we be, if that's the case, how can we be sure that her identity played a role in her loss? I mean, he's trying to understand the polls, not that he has some ulterior malicious motive. See, you're the person who's saying that. Who the fuck is saying this? Nobody's saying that, FDS has a malicious liberal trying to infest the brains of leftists and he's trying. No, nobody's saying that, right? No, nobody is saying that he's like malicious in what he's doing. I feel like it's a mistake as well to compare using Biden's voters. 2020 was different. 4 years of Dem failures too. That's what I say in my analysis, right? The Dems were hemorrhaging support, right? Hemorrhaging support from 20. Like, this is actually literally exactly what I said in this moment. At some point here. The polling doesn't even demonstrate that her identity lost her votes. As I spent the entire video demonstrating, the Democrats since defeating Trump have been solely hemorrhaging supporters in their own base. A lot of it had to do with Biden's age and mental faculties, but additionally, the apparatus propping him up and defending him did not instill confidence in the Democratic Party. And that, right? So it is I don't think it's entirely representative to compare Biden's 2020 numbers to Kamala's numbers, because at least if he's comparing the 2020 numbers from Biden, right? Because the state of the world in America and the Democratic Party were just different. It's a lot more representative to compare Biden 2024 numbers with Kamala 2024 numbers in their polling, right? Like, that is just a lot more representative. And if in doing that, you would actually see that Biden had such low numbers and the numbers for Democratic Party actually increased when Kamala took the nomination. And if it was, people would are super racist, they would never vote for Kamala, why did her numbers go up? Which is why I don't understand. Like, if it was purely because of her identity that she lost, why after Joe Biden dropped out and Kamala stepped in and took over, the numbers went up. She was performing better for Joe Biden, or than Joe Biden, in the polls. But as the weeks went on, the poll numbers either stayed stagnant and they weren't growing to what they needed to grow to be successful. Her campaigning and her rallies were not getting her any more numbers. And so we have to analyze why that is the case. There was a huge boom of excitement when Joe Biden dropped out and Kamala took over. And then it kind of petered down. DNC dropped down pretty significantly and then stabilized where she was trailing behind Trump in every swing state. You know what I mean? And we have to understand, okay, if that was the case, why was her numbers going down? Why was she losing the support that she had, the excitement that she had when she first took the nomination, right? To the election day. Why was there such a discrepancy in the polling there? That could not have been because of her identity, right? Because she did not become a black woman and then stop being a black woman and then become a black woman again. She was always a black woman. So that difference in polling from being having a super high level of excitement, raising a bunch of money, right? In July to November, trailing behind Trump and losing pretty significantly in every single swing state. We have to do analysis of that time period and what happened so we can make sure that doesn't happen again. And I don't think it was her identity that did it. I think it was her inability to, and this is what is like kind of like sticking out to me. This is what Tim Walz is saying, by the way. Tim Walz is literally saying this. Like he's saying this. The VP pick. We watched this a few days ago.
Because, there were many things that...
Hey, where's it at?
Yeah, good morning, Jake. Well, I'm stunned. Your questions were spot on. It's very clear that she talked about the people she's listening to. That is not the agricultural community. It is certainly not producers. It's not folks like Cargill, CHS, General Mills, who are out in my district. Look, this is a really precarious time, and the flippant nature that we're just trying something new here is really dangerous. These markets took us years to develop, and we have to be dependable trading partners. They don't come back. I'm deep export tariff thing
for years. It is like
we're going to the I'm speaking thing. I'm speaking. Sorry.
We're saying I did not being too cautious. She lost every so really. That's what she was saying. Your former running mate
unions across the board support the ability to have a living wage.
So we heard your former running mate Kamala Harris say she's not here to say I told you so. Although obviously that's what she was saying about all the Trump chaos. We're saying, I have to say though, what does I told you so really mean here? I mean, people heard her message. They did not vote for her. She lost every battleground state. You yourself have criticized the Harris-Walz campaign for being too cautious. She may have told the American people, she may have warned the American people, but she didn't do it compellingly enough to win.
That is the absolute point. And look, when I criticize, I'm criticizing myself. I own this. I'm part of the ticket. And somebody has to come up with a strategy. I think this is exactly right. This is the thing. Look, Democrats, it was a good night in Wisconsin. I was over there. We saw that happen. Donald Trump's doing this. Just to be clear, nobody on the Democratic side is celebrating this, and those folks in the street are not celebrating that Donald Trump's making all these errors. I think what the vice president's saying is that was pretty self-evident that he was going to do that. I do think the challenge for Democrats, and this is, I think, a structural problem that's going to take a lot more thinking, why, with all of that out there, did they not think we were any better than that? And they didn't. And I'm very concerned with the folks who stayed home. And these are folks that I'll say once again, Donald Trump has identified their angst. They can't buy a house. They can't afford to get a good education. They're concerned that their economic future is so precarious it could slip out from under them. Less than half of Americans have $1,000 in savings. And I think, why was it not so compelling? It should have been a slam dunk for us to say, we're the party that cares about that. We're the party that's going to protect Social Security and Medicare. We're the party that thinks the ACA is a good start, but we need to do more on health care. And we didn't do that. So I'm concerned. Democrats do well in special elections and off-year elections, but the electorate that comes in presidential election years is different. When I was young, it was easy to know what a Democrat was. They stood with the working class and labor. Republicans were country club and for the rich. Today, you ask people, they don't. We have a 29% approval rating.
Yeah.
It doesn't help us any that Donald Trump ends up with a 25% approval rating. We have to get back to the core issues, that this is about making America prosperous and stable and innovative for everybody.
Well, what do you make of the criticism that one of the reasons why your party was so resoundingly rejected last November is because Democrats were gaslighting the country, saying that inflation...
And we're not going to get too deep into it because it goes on for a little bit, but that's the point. They're not talking about doing more on healthcare. All they did was warn Trump to take away ACA. That's not offering people something, which is that's what he's saying, right? That's what he's saying. He's saying that, as the Democrats, we're supposed to believe these things, but we don't. Right? And or not that we don't, but we're not saying these things that we are supposedly believing, and so now nobody believes us. They think we're liars, which Democrats are liars, right? But that's the point, right? The point is that it's not a measure of Kamala running a good campaign and she was just America is too racist. It's that there was a disconnect between the American electorate and what they wanted and what Kamala Harris was offering. There was a disconnect there, and we have to address the disconnect. We have to address the disconnects. right? So I do want to keep going through this video. I'm glad I started it early. But I'm kind of curious about what the conclusion is here.
Not a huge fan of the way this finding was presented to the public. Like, for example, the second highest thing that kept people from voting for Kamala Harris was the economy. I'm sorry, anybody that tells me they didn't vote for Kamala Harris over the economy.
Well, the obvious issue is going to be the economy.
I don't trust your ass.
Like, I disagree. I disagree. Like, we have to be serious here. Kamala Harris did not run on fixing the economy. She didn't. Like FD's like disagreeing with like the VP of the campaign on this, by the way. Like Tim Walz literally just said the opposite. The opposite. Like Americans are dumb and they didn't hear it from Kamala. Yes. She was terrible, and she said it was good, and that she's a small business. Which is why I also, again, I talk about all this in this video about how they. Okay, you know what? I think I'll say it in a second. Here, I'll play it. Especially not with the COVID elephant that occupied the room in the last 4 years. Party approval rating often shifts following the president, and COVID, the quarantine, and the subsequent rise of inflation tanked confidence in the Democrats from the average American citizen. The fall of Roe was able to minimize the effects of the red wave in the midterms to a ripple and absolve Biden of a lot of the blame temporarily. Many Democrats took a sigh of relief, but the economic issues did not change as the presidency matured. So when people are experiencing economic hardship, and then they are being told by the admin that Bidenomics is working, and the TikTok shows are yelling about how transformative the Inflation Reduction Act is, that affects the perception of the admin. Speaking of the Biden admin. Yeah. If you are experiencing economic hardship under a presidency, I don't care which presidency it is, you are going to blame that administration for that economic hardship. And if that administration is saying there are no issues and there are no problems, Bidenomics is working, the economy is great, the Inflation Reduction Act is super good and awesome, nobody's unemployed, we're living the best life in America, while you are experiencing economic hardship, because you are going to experience economic hardship because you are oppressed under capitalism, you're going to blame the Democrats for that. That's why the Democrats were, hemorrhaging support. That's it. That's why. So to me, it's not surprising that people did not vote for Kamala, right? Because the economy was their issue of choice. And this is not to say that they voted for Trump. They just stayed home. I don't think people understand that voting is not as simple as people make it out to be. For everyday working class American citizens, taking a day off work or taking the time where you go pick up the kids early or, going to fill out a ballot takes time. And you're not going to do that if you don't feel like your life is going to be meaningfully changed. Right? And so if you're experiencing economic hardship and the Democrats are saying, oh, we're working, everything's working, it's totally fine, working as intended, and you hear the Republicans saying that they're not going to fix it either, you're going to stay home. You're going to stay home. Most people aren't informed like us. They want to have hope for things will improve. And when Democrats don't materially improve, don't mention material conditions, Republicans are, even though they're lying, people will either stay home or vote for the opposition. Yeah. And so I don't know where this comes from. Because, yes, the American population is stupid. They're dumb. If they thought that Trump was going to be better on the economy than the Democrats, they were dumb, they're stupid, and they were wrong. But those are the voters. And I think I say that also in this here. Crummy bosses, and they don't like paying that much money for eggs. There's a reason why there were people who voted for Trump and AOC. They're dumb, but those are the voters, bro.
So we did a lot of good things, but all too often, Kristen, we talked about the mechanics of the legislation and the details of the legislation, and we really didn't show the kind of empathy and concern to average, or show enough of it to average working families who didn't realize how much we had done and how much we care for them. So what we're going to do is spend a lot of time talking to working families, showing them how much we care about them.
They hated Biden so much that they forced him into an early retirement, so why tie yourself to a dead man's hip? It's hard to quantify what decisions lost her the most votes. This one was easily the most avoidable from her. So we already talked about this. One of the things that Biden and Dems didn't do was talk about the good things that they've done. The good things are always a footnote instead of just focusing on the talking points the Republicans were using.
Just keeping real with you. But my goal isn't to tear down the...
I don't think he's being an elitist lib. Because again, I don't want to make any conclusions based upon like 12 minutes of a 48-minute video. Because maybe I just don't see the conclusion. Maybe I don't see the light at the end of the tunnel for this video. Right? I feel like I'm missing something.
She's going to be the economy.
I don't trust your ass. Just keep
that video was off the cuff. It was scripted.
Real with you. But my goal isn't to tear down the people that did this survey, because I actually went and watched them talk about it, and I read through like chunks of the site that it came from. This seems like, comrades. These seems like good people. And really, if you look at what they're actually saying in their reports, and then a podcast that I'll link in from the video, if you actually go and listen to what they're saying and doing, they seem less interested in dunking on right-wingers or Democrats or scoring points on Twitter, and more interested in providing a fully fleshed out analysis of what the problem is here and how what's happening in Palestine reflects not necessarily America's true interest in what's happening in Gaza, but instead how the issue of Palestine and Gaza and the ongoing genocide is emblematic of the greater problem with American politics as a whole.
So it sounds to me, unless I'm misunderstanding, that his issue is again, it is kind of like what OAM's issue was, is certain people, like just random Twitter accounts on Twitter, just kind of got under his skin. Right? And he's like responding to that. I disagree. It's both. It's both what? I don't remember what I said. Right. Which then leads us to be like, I don't necessarily understand the purpose of this video. Unless it's more of just like, I'm responding to the people who may be mad on Twitter, which is fair. I get that. How is it not both of what he said? I don't remember what I said. So I don't know what you're responding to. You can't just say I disagree. I say a lot of words on my stream. You can't just say I disagree and expect me to know exactly what you're talking about. I'm sorry. And then you can't get mad at me when I don't know what context you have for what your messages that you're talking about.
And specifically with the do-nothing policies of the Democratic Party.
In order to ensure that funding continues, in order to make sure that people don't speak out, even folks who know better, even people who know the truth, who will behind closed doors say things like, listen, I'm with you and I know what's going on and this is atrocious and terrible, but if I say anything, if I put my neck out there, if I say anything publicly, they're going to primary me, or they're going to dump a bunch of money for, into my opponent's campaign. All of those things, which we of course saw play out very publicly, even this past cycle, in the last primaries, none of that is new.
There may be further research yet to come to show that more Democratic voters and Americans were so horrified by what happened in Gaza that they abstained from voting for her in protest. But I do not believe this to be the case. We're talking about a complex sociological issue, and that can't be fully decided by 1 or 2 studies a few months after it happens.
So I don't understand why we're discounting this being important though, right? Because the way it's framed as though this is unimportant, therefore we should not talk about it, therefore we should move on. I don't understand this framing, right? If we think that it is important and it's maybe not be the most chief important thing, why are we talking about it? Right? I think Kamala's identity was important in the election. I think it lost her some votes. I think America is a white supremacist nation, and I think that's kind of impacted how some people viewed her. I don't talk about that because it's not a productive conversation. Right? There's no end goal there. What would my goal with that conversation be? Again, no black women should run. Even if I don't think that Gaza was like the chief concern for voters and it single-handedly cost her the election, which I don't think that, what would be the point of me bringing that up? And to say that Gaza is meaningless and we shouldn't care about it? I think it was still important. I think it was still impactful. And it's something that did lose her some votes. We have confirmation of this, right? Same way her identity was important and it lost her some votes. Same way that her tying herself to Biden was important and it lost her some votes, right? We should address all of these things. And so I don't understand the framing here. I think I was right earlier in Ole at the same issue they defended her to make it seem like Gaza didn't matter during the election. They're kind of trying to defend themselves in the aftermath. I get it. I'm confused. I'm just confused. I still feel like I'm missing something. There's still like 30 minutes of the video left. I just feel like I'm missing what the conclusion is.
So I'll amend my take if more compelling research comes out to show otherwise. But until then, I'm going to operate on the understanding of America that I've had my whole fucking life, which is Americans don't give a shit about the rest of the world because historically we never have. At best, if the bad thing happening in the world is happening to white people, there may be some lip service given to why that problem should stop. But
like, sure. If you want to have this take feels very cynical, in my opinion. And I don't really like it because it kind of discounts the work that happened over the past year and the mass mobilization that did happen, that I saw happen, that I participated in, of the pro-Palestinian movement. Like, it kind of feels as a way to minimize that. What is the strategy if this is a lesson we learned from 2024? That's what my question is. A lot of Americans are selfish, but a lot of them aren't. Yeah. Hassan also says this to make a point that Americans should care more. This feels like saying that a politician should care less. I think he ends on lessons, which we'll get to. I gotta stop pausing it. But like I am genuinely trying to work out a take here.
right now, there are 3 humanitarian crises happening in Africa that barely get any attention, even from the American left. So I'm sorry if I just don't believe that run-of-the-mill liberals cared so much about Palestinian people that they withheld their vote for Kamala Harris for that.
This is the problem, is that he's still not, he's doing like kind of the liberal thing where like, they're not viewing leftists as a constituency for the Democrats, but they are. He's not wrong that like liberals don't care about the rest of the world because liberals are, you know, a product of like the neoliberal framework. They are pro-American exceptionalism. They are pro-American enterprise. Of course they don't care about the genocides that they are perpetuating on other people, right? But leftists who do care about these things, right? Who do care about these things do still potentially vote for the Democrats, you know? They do vote for Democrats, and they do care about you know, foreign policy just in general, right? And so why lose those people in pursuit of the Republicans? You know what I mean? Like, why ditch those people in pursuit of the Republican group that is also pro-genocide? I don't know. Not just leftists. What annoys me the most is that Arab American voters who cared about their families being murdered or friends of their families they grew up learning about genocide because of they were Muslim or Arab. I mean, those people kind of fall into like, they're not necessarily leftists, but like the overwhelming percentage of people who did protest and who did care were leftists, right? Because like Arab Americans cared about Palestine before like the American left did. You know what I mean? That's not true. That is true. The people from the 2024 election cycle for the last year who were like, yeah, Democratic voters were like, it was the American left, right? The Arab American and Muslim communities, they cared about Palestine before October 7th to begin with. And so they're not the people who are like the conversation that we're having here. You know what I mean? Which is why it got so much bigger after October 7th, because like it expanded outside of the Arab American communities into the wider left sphere. But I think they are relevant. No, they're not relevant. I'm not saying that they're not relevant, right? I'm just saying that they're not also, it's also not like Arab Americans and then leftists as well. A lot of them are on the left. A lot of them falls into that space as well, right? They're not like an exclusive separate group.
That reason. I'm not saying this because I don't care. I'm saying this because I actually care. And if you actually care, you should stop trying to win arguments on the internet and be actually doing work to address the gap in care and knowledge and education on why nobody's caring.
I mean, this goes back to like, yeah, he's mad at like a few like Twitter leftists, which honestly, you just block Twitter leftists and you move on. I feel like the world would just be a better place if we all just block Twitter leftists and move on. Like,
first place. Think about how dangerous it is that people are trying to present as if we've already won on this topic with the American people when we haven't. And how that
I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't think that's what people are trying to do. It's more people trying to do a show of force to say, hey, people do care about this, because people do care about this. More people from October 7th to now in America, more people realize that we're giving Israel too much money, and we are perpetuating a genocide in Palestine, right? So I don't know if people who are showing this survey to be like, this costs her the votes, are trying to present it as like, oh, we care about the election, or we care about, we already won, the Palestinian fight, and more demonstrating to the people in power that they are starting to lose the fight when they are cozying up to Israel. You know what I mean? I think that's what people said. They're saying that the genocide, even if people think it's a war, it's super costly, and people notice that they felt poor already. To be honest, it's an annoying convo. There are a lot of nails in the coffin, and trying to dissect it to the death over which nail is the biggest is tiring. All over, overall, Palestine might not have been top 10 overall, but it was still a key block if she wanted to win. Yeah.
That false reality and false sense of accomplishment
the
is
point where there's enough where people make to make a difference, which is I feel like he's discounting. Yeah.
It's really working against the work that's being done. So I'm sorry to anyone that is disappointed by this analysis. I, again, open myself up for anyone that might analyze what I looked at and say that it's more significant than it was presented. But we're going to move on to something that I do think is more impactful on my original video. So there's an article from a political strategist named Michael Podhorzer, and in it, he basically comes to a similar conclusion that the previous research was really trying to get at, which is that Trump didn't win so much because of a basic policy that he had or didn't have. And he definitely didn't win because of protest voters against democratic support of Israel. Instead, it was mostly apathy and doomerism from voters who are tired of the duopoly and are no longer inspired by the Democratic Party's feckless resistance to fascism.
Wait, but that's okay. You can't discount, you can't separate that out from Gaza though. Like that was a part of it. That's included in the apathy. Like it's a part of the same conversation. So I don't necessarily understand the point there. I'm confused. Like he's not. This is correct. This is yes. This is my point exactly. Is that it was apathy, right? It's apathy. People were just, disappointed with the state of the Democrats and with the Republicans. People stayed home. Voter turnout dropped dramatically from comparing to what 2020 was, right? Including Gaza, including the economy, including immigration. Apathy. People stayed home.
Presents a lot of compelling arguments and data around this that I think everyone should check out. I'm not going to spend any time really explaining to you why I believe what he's saying. But one thing that he does say that I want to focus on is that this election isn't evidence of a significant right-wing jump in American sentiment as much as it is evidence of people not believing in and not caring about what the Democrats are offering as a political party.
Okay, he's correct here. I have no disagreements on this. Can separate fascism and imperialism, they're intertwined. Yeah, I have no disagreements here.
And basically just
this part is really the only part that I disagree with was the part on Palestine, just in the way that was framed and the conclusion that was drawn. I understand his take, and I can agree with portions of his take. I disagree with the fact that, or the implicit assertion that it's somehow different than voter apathy. I think it's a part of voter apathy.
One criticism that I think is valid of my analysis, but doesn't necessarily cancel out the analysis, is that you have to account for the large amount of American people, I think 90 million overall, that did not vote in this election, and how that's just as much a reflection on sentiment around race or gender or fascism or capitalism or whatever else as anything that the voters show through their data. His analysis shows that there were small jumps in certain populations in support of Trump, but when he breaks things down by focusing more on non-voters and returning voters, he shows that this election reflected an abandonment of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party before my time...
For a number of different reasons, including Gaza. Right? Is that a fair thing to say, chat? I think that's a fair thing to say, right? I think he's correct. This election is a referendum on the Democratic Party, including, not exclusively, but including Gaza. Right? Gaza is a part of that disillusionment. Right? And maybe people have a little bit of recency bias and they're sort of upping how much they think Gaza had a role in it. But it still does not change the fact that it was definitely a part of that conversation. Right? It played a role in the decision that I made for me. I don't quite get why he's separating Gaza from the rest. I don't either. Is he saying it isn't? I gathered that he meant it didn't matter as much to liberals as much. The way that it's framed, and this is how I received this. The way that it's framed, he spent the first 12 to 15 minutes on talking about how Gaza was not as impactful as you may think it was, and then going into voter apathy is the reason that she lost. It's framed in a way that separates Gaza out from that conversation of voter apathy, that makes it seem as though that it's not in that conversation. Right? You know what I mean? I don't know if I put that a decent way. And so it feels like to me, again, that's why I said it earlier. It feels like to me that there were people that upset him on Twitter, which fair, Twitter's upsetting, who were using, see, look, you were wrong. Gaza cost her the election or whatever, right? And he was responding to those Twitter people, as opposed to wrapping up Gaza and the genocide into his wider analysis about things like voter apathy, why people stayed home, how things could potentially move and shift for why people voted for Biden and not Kamala, right? Him talking about the poll, the YouGov poll, right? And not like invalidating it, but bringing up the fact that like maybe it's not as, you know, as valid as people want it to seem like or to be, feels like it serves an overall purpose to like mitigate the role that Gaza had in the election. And it I don't think it's particularly necessary for this video, and I don't see what role it plays in this video. But I could be confused, which I am confused. I'm confused a lot. Red Cyber Dragon, thank you for the 6 raider viewer raid. I can't read. I'm also can't read, so I'm stupid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello. Raiders, did you know that you could subscribe for free to Twitch Prime? It's actually completely free here if you have a Twitch Prime. You can only use it here. You can't use it anywhere else. So go ahead and use your Twitch Prime here. It's totally free and totally awesome. And you should definitely use it here because it's totally free and you can only use it here, and you should subscribe to me. And I will be shilling for subs at every opportunity when I remember. Thank you very much.
Maybe had some inclinations of being a party for working class people and equal rights, et cetera, et cetera. But since Clinton, when the Democratic Party swung right under Clinton, it's basically been another flavor of neoliberal.
So it's like he's defending his initial criticism, but not fully acknowledging the error in his thought. Yeah. Well, yes, yeah, basically.
Fascism.
He said he doubled down. He's saying that like, basically, if I'm understanding correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, he's saying you leftists still think that like Gaza cost her the election, and you're using this poll to show that. Here's how you're wrong. Gaza didn't cost her the election. Right? That's what it feels. Which is, I'm like, that's fine. But like even in that section, I feel like there were things that like I didn't necessarily fully agree with. But then the second section, which I do agree with so far, it's like he brings up the criticism that I have and he agrees with it. Okay. It feels like a straw man a little bit. Like this first section feels like a straw man of what most reasonable people think and believe about the role that Gaza played in the election. It feels like he took 2 or 3 people on Twitter who had, or were like, no, the only reason she lost is because of Gaza, and there's no other reason, and nothing else played a role in it, and it was just because of Gaza. And like he took that position, and he's like responding to that position, as opposed to like the genuine critique of the first video that he put out. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like to me. Not to be too debate sounding, but the way that people strawman the left using people who mostly yap on social media is annoying. Yeah. Polls forcing us to pick one checkbox from a selection of checkboxes. The first half of the video is about how the poll only had 100 people who cared about Gaza. There's no way that's true. I mean, we looked at the poll and I gave my thoughts on it. You can look at it in the VOD. Yeah, the actual criticism isn't reaching of it in an impactful way. I think like I genuinely think that like he would agree with my takes on the election, and he goes into like this as well. And I don't even think I disagree with this take here. My critique is more that I don't think this is a real serious position that I think most people have. That's kind of my issue, right? This is a clear natural reason people want to emphasize the role in Gaza and other phenomena that led to the election loss. It plays a role and is under discussed, but he's assuming that people saying it are mostly or entirely due to Gaza. Yes, Strawman, agree. Yeah. Like I think if there actually is a legitimate person who is like, there's no other thing that played a role in the election cycle except for Gaza, and that's like the number one chief concern that like if she would have fixed, she would have immediately won the election, then like yeah, I would disagree with that person as well, right? I would disagree with that person, but I don't think that is a serious position. And I think the people who have that position on Twitter are just Twitter people. I think we should not take them seriously, which is why it feels out of place in this video. Right? Also, the idea that Kamala never had a chance to win is going to be bullshit. The Democrats lost the election that they could have won. 100%. 100%.
One that is a bit less sour tasting than the overt in-your-face racism of the Republican Party, but still serving the same purposes. One critic of my video who I respect made a point that basically breaks down to whatever you think bad about the Republicans or something that the Republicans are doing, understand that Democratic efforts and work are probably what made that bad thing possible. If Republicans are like in a room eating babies, there are Democrats in the kitchen putting babies on a plate. You kind of get the point here. Another point that comes out of this that I couldn't speak accurately to at the time is that despite a relatively large discrepancy in the Electoral College, Trump's victory was a historically small one in its margins, a little more than 2 million votes nationwide and less than 500,000 votes between all the swing states that he won. This is not a landslide in the will of the people victory that Trumpsters make it out to be, or that I may have insinuated reflects the sociological identity of the country. But it does show that the problem could be more effectively addressed by better policies from Democrats. Shout out to Cavernacle, who's a British creator that, you know, YouTube yapper, political yapper. He pointed out an old article
called Racist for Obama. And I just wanted to read it for you quickly to just show you how people, even when they're bigoted, and even when they might be watching Fox News all the time, to rot their brain, people fundamentally care about material conditions more. Sean heard the following story in this town where Obama just got slaughtered by Hillary Clinton. A canvasser goes to a woman's door in Washington, Pennsylvania, knocks. Woman answers, knocker asks who she's planning to vote for. She isn't sure, has to ask her husband who she's voting for. Husband is off in another room watching some game. Canvasser hears him yell back, we're voting for the racial slur, meaning Obama. The woman turns back and says, as a matter of fact, that we're voting for the racial slur. I've heard similar stories from West Virginia in which people openly use the N-word while saying they're voting for Obama. It's important not to read too much into this. It's mostly a reflection of the economy, McCain's ridiculous response to the crisis, Palin's presence, and clearly part of it must be Obama has come across to these folks as smart and steady and someone who will use good judgment in office. I still doubt that Obama will carry West Virginia, but he's a lot further along with these voters than I'd thought back in April or May.
So does this not a little bit offer a referendum on what FD was saying earlier about the role that Kamala's identity played on the loss? A little bit? Because obviously it's a bit different than like a black man and like a black woman, but it does show that like her race or identity can be circumvented and that policy is like king, chiefly among, Americans. They will put, they could and have put their, bigotry aside if you were addressing their material conditions. And the fact that Kamala didn't do that is a referendum on her and on her campaign and speaks to potentially what could have led to her loss. Even her failed plan to court Republicans. You know?
Having all that racism in their heart, these are people that understood that the policies being presented by the Republican Party were not going to be as good as the policies being presented by then the Hope and Change candidate that, of course, we know that didn't come to fruition. But at the time,
to be honest, she was campaigning like a white man. She was campaigning like her running mate. So you're entirely correct. She was running Biden 2.0. And maybe if the white man was like Tim Walz, she would have done better. But no, she was running like her boss. And you can't do that. Biden couldn't even do that a second time. If Biden was 20 years younger, he still would have lost the election if he did the exact same thing that he did in 2024, by the way. He wouldn't have dropped out, but I think he still would have lost the election. People wanted something different. You have to address the material conditions. You have to do it.
It seemed like a good idea. And if Democrats were able to present, that didn't come to fruition, but at the time, it seemed like a good idea. And if Democrats were able to present actual good ideas during this election, it's important to understand that that can and would have made a difference. The argument that I've seen is that the real problem is that Democratic voters were uninspired by Kamala for obvious reasons based in her policies and the policies she endorsed as vice president under Biden. And they feel apathetic to the current political reality that is being presented to them, and that makes sense as well. However, I also think it's sensible to say that the apathy felt by this community, which again, statistically was majority straight white men, not wanting to go out and do the bare minimum of political engagement and vote so we could protect immigrants, sexual minorities, women's uteruses, black people, and all kinds of other shit under Trump. I don't think that's a race or gender neutral issue or decision that they made.
Okay. America has been and still is majority white. The electorate is overwhelmingly straight white men. They are. This has not changed. It hasn't changed. Like, does this also apply for like any Democrat that has lost ever? Right, so it applies for Kamala Harris and it applies for Hillary Clinton. Does it apply for I don't freaking know who was the last time Democrats lost? Anyway, the point that I'm making is that John Kerry,
go out and do the bare minimum of political engagement.
Al Gore the last one. To be fair, Al Gore's a bit different. If we're being entirely fair and real, Al Gore, the whole Al Gore situation is it's a tad bit different than just a regular loss, I will say. Yeah, they did a little bit of scheming, a little bit of cheating. That's not entirely fair. But yeah, I want to listen to the take again so I can like refine my position.
And vote so straight white, and that makes sense as well. However, I also think it's sensible.
My point was, not only straight white men were apathetic, right? That's the point I was making. Is not only straight white men felt apathy with the Democratic Party. So I disagree with that. Like, yes, the electorate is overwhelmingly straight white men. So if any percentage of the electorate doesn't do something, it's going to be overwhelmingly straight white men, right? Because if you have like 100 people and 50% of the people are straight white men, and you say 10% of all the people went to go to McDonald's, the chances are more straight white men went to McDonald's than other people because they make up a larger percentage of the pool. You know what I mean? Number one, they're going to be more white people in these opinions because they are more white people. Exactly. That's my take.
To say that the apathy felt by this community, which again, statistically was majority straight white men.
Yes, because straight white men make up a higher percentage of the entire American population than like any other specific ethnic and a gendered group. They just do. That has not changed. And it's not going to change yet. We do a little bit, you know what I mean? Get a little bit of spicy, a little bit of miscegenation, you know?
Not wanting to go out and do the bare minimum of political engagement and vote so we could protect immigrants, sexual minorities, women's uteruses, black people, and all kinds of other shit under Trump. I don't think that's a race or gender neutral issue or decision that they made.
Well, you have to keep in mind that like maybe this is the difference in perspective. It's not the voters' job to like do their civic duty and protect people's rights. It's not. It's not the job of the voters to do it. No matter how much we want it to be, it's not the case. Right? Until voting is compulsory and there's a national holiday for it and everybody does it, right? Voting is a thing that you have to go out of your way to go do. And people, because Americans are selfish, are not going to do that, but you give them a reason to do that. That's just the case. Right? And it's up to the politicians to court who the current voting base is and get them to go and vote for you so that you can do the things to protect the people who are important. Right? The important communities. It's like we can sit here and blame the voters all we want to. You know, oh, it's the straight white men's fault. It's their fault for doing this and they put us in this situation. We can keep doing that in perpetuity as fascists continue to control levers of power, right? But at a certain point, maybe the politicians have to step in and take a little bit of responsibility to actually do what is necessary to win. And I'm not saying you need to be like freaking Sisyphus and you need to push the boulder all the way up to the top or whatever. That's not okay, hold on. I have a better one. I have a better Greek analogy in me. I'm not saying you have to be Atlas holding up the world, right? The entire weight of the world on your shoulders, right? I'm just saying give people popular policies that helps out the lives of everybody. I'm not asking you to do anything crazy. I'm not asking you to do anything insane. I'm asking you to just come out and say, we are going to fix your material conditions. How is that a big ask? How is that something that's outside of the realm of like what is expected for politicians? And why is it the voters' fault? The politicians don't do that, and I have to suck it up and vote for like a draconian border bill and a continued genocide because that's what's being provided to me. Why is our focus not on the politicians themselves to stop doing the genocide? I said it. I said if Kamala Harris stopped doing the genocide, I would vote for her. I said it very clearly on a very public platform. Not even this one, on Jubilee.
They understand they're not going to be affected. They stayed their asses home. Nobody presented.
No. I will not accept that until we see the numbers of voter turnout for all demographics. And I'm sure they exist. I'm pretty sure we can probably find them. Let me see. Does it give me numbers? I'm curious. No, it doesn't give me numbers. It gives me percentages. Because I need to know, like, because we can look at the percentage of 2024 versus 2020, right? And we can see that, like, black voters at 87% for Biden and went to 86% for Kamala Harris in key states. But I want to see the raw vote totals for, like, how many voters I just want racial demographics. Right here. So, white people made up 46% of non-voters. Black people made up 60% of non-voters. And Hispanic people made up 28% of non-voters. Now, I'm curious for the 2020 election, what was it? Oh, my freaking... Let's see. Wait, this is 2018, 2020. Where's the 2020? I don't want 2018, 2022. Just give me the 2020, please. It just says 2018, 2022. Where's the 2020? I don't want the midterms, please. Why must you do this to me? I don't care about the midterms. It should be this freaking difficult to find it. My eye. Okay. Okay, we're good. My eye still hurts. Non-voters. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay, well, I want to know how many POC were non-voters, and just how many non-voters were POC. The different statistics. Night mode? That's not what it is. I have something in my eye. It's an eyelash or something. Okay. Okay, so in 2016, there was 10% of voters were black, 15% of non-voters were black. 2020, 11% of voters were black, 14% of non-voters were black. And in 2021, where's it at? 10% of voters were black, 16% of non-voters were black. So that is an increase of 2% for black non-voters. And for white voters, 52 to 55 non-voters, and 55 to 46 non-voters. So actually, black voter turnout black voters who stayed home actually increased, while white voters who stayed home actually decreased from 2020 to 2024. Right? Now I'm curious of the breakdown based upon party affiliation, but like that's the case. And I think if I understand the original point that was being made, this proves FD incorrect, right? Because he was claiming that like it was mostly straight white men that stayed home and did apathy. But here, and like for Hispanic, right? Hispanic had 20, or it went from 19 staying home, 20 staying home as non-voters, to 28. So Hispanic voters increased 8% as non-voters. You want non-voters by party affiliation? That'd be better. Right now it's just general non-voters, but I think that this also works to serve a point. So black voters, non-voters from 2020 to 2024 went up 2%. Hispanic voters went up 8%. This is like an AAPI. Asian went 4%. Wait, no, let's see. 4% to 4% to 7%. So Asian voters went up 3%. Right? As well. But white non-voters, all non-voters went down to 46%. It's like people keep using the 2024 exit polls, by the way, that may have been done in October before the election, people not seeing the caption below the images. It's not actual voter turnout, and it's skewed to blame black men and Latino voters who actually voted majority blue, yet the narrative is that they all jumped ship when similarly more of them just stayed home as well compared to 2022. Yeah. Or 2020, yeah. So I'm gonna play the point again, but I think that's the truth. Again, not perfect analysis of data. We need raw numbers and to do our own analysis to get the exact numbers. But general trends is that white voter turnout actually went up, right? Went up. And we can actually look at Democrats as well. So by party affiliation, Democratic voters, non-voter turnout was 56%. It dropped down to 46% during 2020. And in 2024, it's 22%. Are these percentages? Okay, now I'm second guessing myself. What a different world we would have been in if Obama actually carried out his progressive agenda and with the mandate he received. True. Okay, now I'm confused. Because these don't add up to 100. These also don't add up to 100. Proportion of the U.S. population. Identify that as not R. Oh. Okay. So you can identify as like multiple things, Republican and independent. We probably read this honestly. Voters in 2024 presidential election are notably more likely than non-voters to identify as Republicans or Democrats than as independents. Non-voters are 9 times as likely as voters to refuse to identify as Republicans, Democrats, or independents. While partisans are overwhelmingly represented as voters in 2024 election, Republicans turned out slightly higher numbers than Democrats relative to the population in the U.S. population, 8 points to 5 points. This data is so hard to read. I'm looking for another Pew Research article for 2024. Voters in 2024 election were about equally as likely to vote in person. Votes cast in person. What about non-voters? Okay, non-voters. Okay, what's non-voters based or? Okay. Oh, jeez Louise, I can't stand this. Okay, whatever. We're gonna continue. I just won't make a claim. This data is so freaking hard to parse.
Do the bare minimum of political engagement and vote so we can protect immigrants, sexual minorities, women's.
My wider point is that not only straight white men felt apathy and stayed home. Is what I'm going to say. So that's my point. That's my wider point. Again, I don't know where this data is necessarily coming from. I mean, it's coming from CES data. Analysis of large-scale CS data show that registered non-voters retained a strong Democratic lean. Registered non-voters leaned strongly Democratic in 2024. They favored the Democrats and Republicans by 24.6 percentage points in the party's self-identification of 53.1% Dem, 28.5% Republican, and preferred Harris to Trump by a wide margin. This aligns with the official party registration data that show registered Democrats significantly outnumbering registered Republicans among non-voters. This group shows a clear Democratic preference and not Republican alignment. Can you pull up the data there? We're refuting him on Twitter. What do you mean? Yeah, I don't know what you mean, chatter. I'm confused.
Is black people and all kinds of other shit under Trump.
I thought they were using some charts to make him mad or something. He showed it earlier in the video. It was just there was a study that said the pro-Palestinian what's it called? That people who voted for Biden in 2020 didn't vote for Kamala in 2024. They cited Palestine as their number one issue. That was what the polling was. It was here. This study. Yeah, that was a while ago.
I don't think that's a race or gender neutral issue or decision that they made. They understand they're not going to be affected. They stayed their asses home.
I wish he would show the data that showed that that's the case, right? And I guess that's sort of my issue, is that there's not any data being presented in this instance when making the claim that the majority of apathetic voters who stayed home were, or at least proportionally, higher straight white men. Cause I can believe that, like, again, because there are more straight white men stayed home because, like, there's just a higher number of them. But, like, did they proportionally decide to stay home at a larger rate than, like, other races because they were unaffected by it, by decisions being made? But that's an analysis you can do, but, like, I would like to see data that says that. You know?
Presented anything to show me otherwise. Going to be affected. They stayed their asses home. Nobody's presented anything to show me otherwise.
I mean, like, I feel like the burden of proof is on him. Am I misunderstanding burden of proof? Because he's making the claim that most apathetic voters were straight white men, and they decided to stay home because they weren't going to be affected. And I feel like data is required to back up that statement, as opposed to presenting data that then refutes that point that wasn't necessarily made with the data in mind. Get what I mean?
Like, I have no smoke, and I want to be clear, no smoke for Palestinian or Muslim voters or principled third-party voters who drew the line at genocide. I have no issue with them because that is a very logical and reasonable response to the situation that they were facing going into the election. But as the data shows, that is a small amount of people. Literally, for what we know right now, we're talking 170-something people that we know of at this point in terms of research out of 245 million. But the biggest
no, you can't do that. Okay, I that's a no. You can't do that. No. You can't do that. 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 You can't simultaneously say that 175 people is not a representative sample of the 1,078 people that were polled, and then also say that this is representative to, you know, millions of voters. I draw the line there. I think that that's dishonest. I think that that's dishonest. I didn't think that's accurate. I don't.
At this point in terms of research, out of 245 million. But the biggest difference
I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case, honestly. If you say 10% of all eligible voters who didn't vote for Trump, that would be fair. That would be fair, yeah. That would be representative. 10 eligible voters who voted for Biden in 2020 and decided not to vote for Kamala, stayed home, that would be representative in the way that the study is presented. But I still think we need more data, right? I still think we need more data, but, like, yeah. You say that 6% earlier actually doesn't apply to the wider electorate, and that's fine. That's chill, right? And I can actually agree with that and say, like, I still think there needs to be more data, right? I still think there needs to be more data to make this assertion of any claim to decide exactly what number that's one of the cases. But saying that and then saying, Well, we only know of 175 people out of millions, 24 or 240 million. I don't know. I don't know. That I don't know if I agree with that. Million state hold, no doubt and discuss. I won't even say that. I don't agree with that because I don't have data to say that or back that up. Right? There needs to be more data. I'm not going to make a claim about how many people exclusively stayed home because of Gaza, or Gaza played a role in them staying home, because there is not enough data to make that assertion, and more data needs to be collected to make that assertion. But I'm also not going to claim the inverse because we still need more data to make any sort of widespread conclusion about the role that Kamala's played in the genocide, caused for people to stay home, and caused for her to lose. Private presidents historically had low turnout. Starting, for example, one with very low turnout. Sure, but like you can't say that it was exclusively due to Gaza, right? There's a number of different reasons that apathy could have been a factor in. Like, again, her running to the right on, like, what caused the left-wing voter base to stay home and not vote for her, right, could very well be different than what caused the independent voter base to stay home and not vote for her or Trump, right? Like, there's a wide number of issues that it very well could be, and we need more data about exactly what that breakdown is and what issue caused which voters to stay home. But you know what I mean? But you definitely say that it played a role. It was a factor 100% for sure, without a doubt. How big of a factor is much harder to say. That's my point, though, right? That's my point. Kamala Harris literally said that she would do the same. Couldn't pick a worse approach to try and energize the base. I understand. I agree with that, right? He's using the data as firm only when it supports his beliefs. When it has a more nuanced take on like the economy, then it's like, well, what does the economy mean anyway? Like FD, I think he's still wrong on the Kamala point. Don't think anyone reasonable was making the claim that Gaza was the only reason people stayed at home, but it played a large role for many. She clearly had a lot of other things, a lot of issues. The biggest one was not distancing herself from Biden, and even after a really unpopular presidency, nobody wanted more Biden. And but she made it seem like she would just do more to say something that he did. Yeah. But I think I don't discount the fact that he did have people in his Twitter replies or his mentions being like, "Oh, you're wrong. Kamala lost exclusively because of Gaza or whatever." Like I'm sure that he did have people saying this, right? I just don't think that it's indicative of the wider left, and why it feels a little bit like a straw man of what the actual position is. That like I myself hold, and that it definitely did play a role, right? So I understand like why he responded to it, even if I disagree with it. But like this one was just kind of it's kind of funny, honestly. I had to take a step back and be like, that's a bit interesting and weird. Is that topic with the defending dude made a video cheating on you and Mike from PA? Which dude? There's a lot of defending dudes. Talking about like the spit dragon one, or talking about the black one? Which one are we talking about? Nicholas Diorio? Oh, he can cry. You Crazy Hassan collab? What? Hassan and Jordan Klepper is crazy. Did something cool this morning. Man, he has a boot on, but he's still freaking tall, bro. I didn't know who it was. I mean, Nicholas Doriel is a random. It's not important. Literally, it's not important. They're gonna lose their minds over this. Yeah. Hey, let's continue.
Now, we're talking 170 something people that we know of at this point in terms of research out of 245 million.
Like that's not how statistics and polling works. It's just not. Like 170 something people out of the sample size that can or cannot be extrapolated to a wider number of people based upon how the study was conducted. Right? Which, from what I understand, FT didn't even like discount the study as a whole itself. And just saying that it's like a smaller percentage than like people think it is. So would it not be extrapolatable? I don't know what that word is. Didn't FT not say not to apply the data to the whole population early in the video?
But the biggest difference still is that large group of mostly white, straight, suburban men who didn't vote because they felt uninspired. I don't know what y'all want me to think about.
I just, again, I require evidence for that. Like I require like some polling or study or to show that that's the case. He 100% could be right? But I would like to see why we think that that's the case.
These people under the circumstances. I do not know why some of y'all are so intent on protecting their egos, because that's how we got here in the first place. All that said, this is still the political meta of the moment. As I said in the last video, if you're trying to understand the political reality of America, all you're really trying to do is figure out what gets white people to show up or not show up on election day. AOC is clearly gearing...
I mean, he's correct on that, but like, yeah. Like, white people are still 55, 56, 60% of the population. That's kind of what you got to do regardless. Like, we can do analysis about like that not being or great or good, but like it's still like the reality. If we're making policy based on political reality, you do have to offer the people who you need to come out to vote something to get them to come out to vote. Right? And again, I don't think it's a large lift to just do good policy that does good things for people so that they can go out and vote for you. And Kamala Harris didn't have that. Unless I'm mistaken and I don't understand Kamala's policies that are good for working class people. I don't like this take because that logic never run anybody but a straight old white man forever. That's what I said. That's my point. That's my take. She mentioned price control once. Yeah. And honestly, it wasn't even price control. It was price control for groceries. I heard Grandma say this, I think 2 days ago. And I wasn't near my computer, so I couldn't comment. But it wasn't price control. She mentioned price control for groceries specifically. And then she abandoned that as well. Oh yeah, she's also going to protect my crypto wallets. Young black men crypto wallets.
Up for a presidential run, and she would probably be a significant improvement over anything the Dems have run in my adulthood, even as she shows herself to be incredibly compromised. I don't care if y'all take that out of context. I know how y'all do. She doesn't stand a chance anyway, because she's a woman and she's not white. So prepare for President Patrick Bateman. The memes write themselves. This dude's already doing shitty podcasts full of all the right-wing talking heads. The only reason he's probably not president now is because Biden refused to drop out the race. That is America's political reality in terms of real electoral politics.
But Obama won 2 times. So, like, what do we do about that? Like, he won pretty handedly. So I'm kind of confused. Right? But like, Also, y'all chill on FD, right? Still friend of the show. And like, I as a black person, I understand where this analysis comes from. It comes from and is bred out of a discontent with the racial state of society and seeing how bad things have gotten. Right. And so I understand why you arrive at this or how you arrive at this position from a black perspective. I still disagree. Right. But like we can have good faith conversation and critique in that disagreement.
Brace yourself for that.
Also, I am actually legitimately trying to understand, because I'm coming into this mindset to have my mind changed. I am willing to do so.
Bring me to one last criticism of my video that I do think merits more response, which is in that my video was also in and of itself an example of feckless identity politics. Maybe.
Hold on, wait. Kind of ignores the context behind both runs. One was a grassroots campaign, the other was cobbled together in a month. Yes, right, but like the issue is he's acting like the issue is not that it was cobbled together in a month, but he's acting like the issue was the fact of the identity, and that's kind of the issue, you know.
Space Princess just subscribed.
Because I would agree if the analysis was, you know, it was cobbled together in a month, and therefore she had a less of a chance to win. She was handed a bad draw, 100%, right? I think her being, here's my take. Her being handed a bad draw in that way says more about her identity and the role her identity plays than her losing the election and people staying home. The fact that Joe Biden did not trust Kamala Harris enough to actually groom her to be his successor when he was 1 billion years old, and the way that he talked about her before he dropped out, after he dropped out, and attempted to sabotage her campaign, says more about the role her identity plays in the political landscape than it does anything else. That's it. Yeah, Biden is a racist. Shock. Yeah. Biden was definitely the second happiest person when Kamala lost. Yeah. Like her race played a role in the way that entire situation shut down in the first place. She should have been like the nominee if Biden wanted her to be the nominee from the jump. But Biden thought as a you know, old straight white man, thought that he knew better for the country and that he was the person who was uniquely equipped to win the election. He said it after Kamala lost. After Kamala lost, he said it directly that he thought that he could still win. He said, I would have won the election. That level of like, you know, racial superiority attitude that he had, the white supremacist attitude that he had, definitely is not racially like distinct. It's not like separate from like racial undertones or overtones. That was rooted in racism. And I don't know why we're not talking about that. And we're talking about the obvious, and that is America is racist and voters are racist, you know? I would much rather have a conversation about the way that the Democratic Party, the DNC, operates, right, to hold back the people of color at the behest of like seniority or whatever, instead of actually grooming successors to actually lead the party into a better future. Right? Letting their like Dianne Feinsteins literally die holding office instead of actually leading people. That's the real problem having to do with identity here, in my personal opinion. Only got picked because Biden did mega racism to begin with. Police are never leaders. They follow the law, nothing else, pure authoritarian.
also in and of itself an example of feckless identity politics. And that so one last criticism of my video that I do think merits more response, which is, and that my video was also in and of itself an example of feckless identity politics. Maybe. My bad. It's not my goal to boil down this extremely complex political reality that we're dealing with to just race and gender with the intention of creating more leftist disunity or presuming that more women or minorities in positions of power would fix the problem, or making people think that if we just put more black people in places of visibility or more women in...
My grandmother worked for Dianne Feinstein and robbed her? W grandma. Can I get a W grandma in the chat? Can I get a gifted sub for Slumpy Space Princess's grandma? Let me get Slumpy Space Princess, thank you for the 8-month resubscription. And Matthew Leeds Mott, thank you for the 7-month resubscription.
In places of visibility, that is what the Democratic Party needs or what we need to do to fight fascism, et cetera, et cetera. That's not what I was trying to do. Far from it. As I just said, the only way the Democrats can win is to go to central casting and get Jack Johnson or John Jackson. But I can't deny that I kept seeing that type of sentiment in my own comment section.
Also, Obama won. I think we're just always forgetting about Obama. Obama won twice, 2 times. We don't need to get the token resident straight white men to run on the ticket. We just need progressive popular policy.
Sean TBB 79 gifted a tier 1 sub to Yogurt and Rice.
Sean TBB, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. Oh, geez Louise. Excuse me.
Let their identical DNA fool you. They differ on some key issues.
I say your 3-cent titanium tax goes too far. And I say your 3-cent titanium tax doesn't go too far enough.
I kept seeing people in the comments positively responding to my analysis of the situation, low-key as an endorsement of the Democratic Party and Kamala Harris. So let me try to be extra clear here. Kamala Harris is bad. The Democratic Party is bad.
Based.
And identity politics as the extent of your political analysis is really, really bad.
Based.
Black faces in high places, also bad.
Based.
I thought I was being clear about this, but one thing you realize after doing this for a long time is that so many people listen to your shit while they're like studying or cooking or washing dishes or something. You're very often just background noise, which I wouldn't mind if it wasn't for how many people circle back to comment on things that they clearly didn't understand, that they would have understood if they finished the video or paid attention. I wasn't aware of this, but I kind of have like a smooth, soothing voice. It's warm, perfect for ASMR or whatever the fuck that is. Maybe just falling asleep. Drop a comment if you'd like to turn me on before you fall asleep, because my voice eases you in a state of coziness, especially if it's a video about media or some cool history. Or if you can hear my voice, clap once. If you can hear my voice, clap twice. If you can hear my voice, clap 3 times. By focusing on identity politics of this election.
Okay, wait, sorry, we're back.
By focusing on identity politics of this election, I did erroneously give coverage to a lot of people who are failing to engage with the internal paradoxes of the modern Democratic Party, folks who either through ignorance or avarice don't just vote for Democrats as a form of harm reduction, but genuinely support their political project and seem disinterested in anything beyond electoral politics and sustaining of empire. So we need to address that. And from here, things will get a bit ranty if you can't tell, so brace yourselves. When rumbling started that Biden was about to drop out, I just knew they weren't gonna run Kamala. Because, as I said earlier, Kamala was bad. Can we admit that, y'all? Not in the actual campaign, real talk, I'll get to that in a second, but like y'all, Kamala was the first to drop out in 2020, and she was not good the entire 4 years as vice president.
True.
It's just a reality of the situation. And when they announced her as the nominee, I was surprised at the immense level of energy she immediately engendered out of the gate. That coconut shit, that shit went off. Calling Republicans weird, that shit went off. Not picking a Zionist for her running mate and picking one of the more progressive figures in the Democratic Party right now, win after win after win out the gate.
I still think Tim Walz, this may be naive of me, I still think Tim Walz can be saved, okay? I still think he can be saved. I think he's the best that the Democrats have to offer currently right now, outside of literally like the most progressive wing. I think he can be saved. I can fix him. I think, listen, his soul ain't in with Zionism, right? His soul ain't driving or driven by Zionism. You feel me? He said what he had to say because they forced him to say it. He don't even really believe it. He's a pro-China Maoist third worldist who understands oppressed peoples. I can fix him. Are you coping? I'm not coping. Yeah, he don't got internet, chat. You don't get it. He don't got internet. He don't got internet. Listen, he's fixable. Put me in a room with Tim Walz. I change his mind. I rock his whole world, chat. You don't get it. You don't understand. You don't understand. I can change his mind. I can change him. Sorry, okay, let's continue.
Get off to an amazing start, and I personally quickly changed my thinking. I thought she would win. I said in another video I hadn't seen this.
I never thought she would win, by the way.
Type of energy behind a Democratic candidate since Obama in 2008. Kamala no-showed a congressional meeting with Netanyahu, and people thought she might actually break with Biden's policy on Israel.
LOL.
Shit was really looking good, despite the fact that she was low-key put in a really bad situation to be starting a campaign halfway through the campaign season. And I do feel like had she kept with this strategy that gave her so much momentum, even without a real campaign or a primary, she maybe could have pulled out an upset victory. And that
I do agree with that. I do agree. This is my analysis as well. It was possible. I genuinely think it was possible. I think it was difficult, but I think 100% it was possible. 100% it was possible. If she kept the momentum, she could have done it. She could have done it.
Surprised and concerned me about how quickly, specifically black liberals, were falling for this same song and dance like we did with Obama over a decade ago. I have whole scripts, one of which is on my Patreon, where I was trying to think about what the best way forward was going to be to pull in these black liberals when Kamala eventually did what Democrats always did after she was president, because I just knew in my head she was going to win. Keeping it real, deep inside, I was ready to go to at least one or two Black excellence brunches after the time. You know, open bar, a couple of stroll lines. It is what it is. We all have our vices. Say what you want about Kamala, but truth be told, if you take a step back and look at the landscape of things, she did a really good job of what she was given.
So cancel the meeting with people whose families are in Gaza right before you announced as VP Tim can't be saved. No. You don't understand. That was a part of him, like, doing the thing, playing the game. They made the call. They were like, you can't go to this meeting. He didn't go to the meeting. He didn't believe that. You don't know his heart, chat. You don't know his heart. You don't know his heart.
At that point. And there's been a lot of statistical analysis that shows that she outperformed what was expected of her. But then she remembered, and the Democratic Party remembered, that they are a party of co-opted, neo-imperialist, corporately owned fascists, just like the Republicans, but more polite about it. BP, the editor of this video, says that we really have only one
party. She played the cards well when one of the first things she did was to continue extremely unpopular president's policies. I'll give it to him because I don't know what timeline he's talking about. There was a timeline where she disappeared for 2 weeks, where she didn't say anything, didn't go on any rallies, where she was being prepped by her consultants, where things were actually good because she wasn't speaking, right? Joe Biden dropped out. She accepted the nomination unofficially. And from July 21st, I think, until the DNC, she wasn't speaking. And so people were like, yes, we're back, baby. Coconut memes are totally here. Everyone kept saying, can't wait to hear more from her. Yeah, that was a mistake. Yeah, Brad Summer. And so during that period, right, where she literally was not speaking, she was doing no speaking engagements. She was not doing any rallies. Nothing happened. was legitimately a good thing. The numbers were going up without her doing anything. And then the DNC happened and it killed all momentum. And then she kept speaking and opening her mouth and it was over. Yeah, the GOP was mad because she wouldn't do any sit-down interviews. They were like, oh, where's Kamala at? Oh, she's not doing any sit-down interviews. Oh, what is she doing? Is Kamala like Joe Biden? Is she dead too? Like, literally, it was like, they were mad that she wasn't speaking because there was so much momentum ready. And then she kind of fumbled it. So that could be what he's talking about. So I'll let that slide, you know? I think that's totally fair to have this take in that time frame. Right? And also, like, if we're gonna be real, like, even Hassan said that he thought that she was gonna win. So, like, you know, I'm not gonna hold this against FD or Hassan, even though I was correct and I knew she was always gonna lose. That's just me though. I never had hope. Me neither.
Party with two faces, essentially a good cop and a bad cop. I think that's a great take on it. The first sign was when Kamala gave basically an anime villain speech at the Democratic National Convention.
True.
And then they refused to allow even a vetted Palestinian official to speak. She kept silencing anti-genocide protesters at her rallies. She starts talking about fracking, barely mentions social issues, begins campaigning with Liz Cheney. The whole thing really said a lot about who the Democrats are and that they think the left flank of their supporters can just be ignored and that popular policy stance is like ending the genocide and Medicare.
Like, he's not wrong here. Right? And so if he understands this, I don't understand the first part of the video. Right? He's completely correct. And so if he understands it, I don't get this part.
Care for all were not useful enough to run. So they ran Kamala as
stunned that anyone ostensibly left thought that she would be different to Biden. I mean, again, as you said, you're not American, so like you don't get it, you don't understand. It's the difference about like thinking she's gonna be different and hoping that she's gonna be different, right? Those are not the same thing. Right? Like, the truth is either Trump or Kamala was going to be the president regardless. That's just the case. Right? And so people were just like, please be different. Please, I beg of you, be a little bit different. I just want you to be different. Please let me vote for you. That's what people wanted, right? And so Americans were like, yo, I need this. I need this to be different. Like, you think we were happy about this, bro? You think we liked this? You think we were pro this? No, we're not. We're not pro this. We wanted something different. We wanted to manifest, Chad. You don't get it. We were shifting into a reality where things were different, you know? That's what we were doing. We were all shifting into, like, we're like, if we all close our eyes and imagine that we're all dating Draco Malfoy, we can shift into a different reality where things are just a little bit different. That's what we were doing. We were at that level of copium. We were there. Shifting to a reality filled with joy. We're like, we can just maybe astral project into a different reality where things were just to be a little bit different. It wasn't, obviously. I think deep down, we all kind of knew. We all knew. I knew, definitely. But, like, I think even people who were, like, you know, like FD and, like, Hassan, I think they knew. They were like, I know it's not going to be different, but, like, we're just, if we believe in it enough, right? If you believe in magic, you got the magic in me. Like you keep believing, it'll happen eventually.
As a moderate Republican. On paper, she was basically Mitt Romney. And I had to remind myself in the aftermath that Kamala was the first person to drop out the race in 2020, that she lacks really core guiding principles as a politician other than wanting to win. This is the case in her incredibly inconsistent time as a district attorney, followed by a sharp leftward swing as a senator, largely due to the wave of progressive ideology, low-key engendered by Bernie Sanders. And then when she became the vice president, she basically disappeared. Like, you can't name me too many moments of her as vice president that you remember that impacts you in any significant way.
I remember she advocated for border stuff, which made me hate her. So it didn't impact me, but it impacted me in a negative direction.
Then she came out strong throwing coconuts, and we're like, oh shit, it might happen. And then she turns into Joseph Lieberman.
No, keep in mind, she was never throwing coconuts. All right, let's be completely accurate here. She was never throwing coconuts, right? The coconut tree meme started way before Joe Biden even dropped out, and it happened completely separate from her. She literally went into a 2-week hiatus, right? Where she didn't say anything and we were memeing, right? It's like when the teacher walked out to talk to the principal outside and we were just like kind of throwing paper balls back and forth. You know what I mean? That's it. That's what happened. We had no teacher for 2 weeks and we were just having fun. we were just having fun. That's it. That's what happened, okay? And then the teacher came back in and she ruined all the fun for all of us. That's it. That's it. She deserves 0 credit for like having any excitement. It would have happened with anybody, legitimately. Honestly, a wooden plank, like the plank from Ed, Edd n Eddy, right, would have gotten the same level, if not more, excitement. Let's be real. Like, we were just happy that it wasn't Biden. And then she was like, oh, don't worry, guys, I'm Biden again. And we're just like, it's literally the one thing. It's literally the one thing that she could not say. And she said it. All she had to do was be like, I'm not Biden, and she would have won. By the way. That's it. That's all she had to do. Is say, I'm not Biden, and she would have won. Right? But she was asked, she was like, is there anything different you would do to Biden? Nope, not a thing. I worked in this administration and I loved every second of it. Give me more of that, please.
That's who Kamala Harris is. I say Kamala Harris is bad because of her actions and her affiliations, but in truth, I can't really tell who Kamala Harris is other than who she's aligned herself with. Like a bit of analysis on Biden's history, and you know exactly who Joe Biden is.
Just for a moment, that was out of pocket like nothing else. I don't remember that, honestly.
Shout out to Elliot Sang, did a great video that I'll leave in the description. A little analysis on Barack, and you see exactly why he had the problems he has. I have 2 old videos about that nobody's watched, but feel free to check it out in the channel. You don't have to study Trump too much.
That's how I feel about my videos, by the way, which is why you don't get another one. Which is why none of you are getting another one of the videos.
To see where he stands. But Kamala probably, as a byproduct of being a successful black woman in this space, is a chameleon and lacks any internal consistency to be predictive other than she's going to do what she thinks she's supposed to do as told by the people with power over her. And that's...
Like, he's not wrong. He's correct. Everything he has said for the past, like 10 minutes has been very poignant analysis. It's been very, like, objectively correct. Right? Which is why it confuses me about some of the other points in this video a little bit.
That's what happened in her campaign. And it almost worked. It almost worked. But even now, after building that strong coalition, after building that movement, she's been MIA. The Democratic Party as a whole has no leaders. What you got, Chuck Schumer? Like, y'all. Ugh. Anyway, all that shade aside, I want to again come back to the fact that I voted for Kamala Harris. I wanted her to win because I didn't want to deal with President Trump a second time. I am not a principled leftist. I do not believe the idea that there is absolutely no difference between the two parties when it comes to like most people and how it impacts their lives. Again, I know people right now applying for unemployment because Donald Trump is president.
Okay. I have a few things on this. Because I feel like there's also a slight straw man in here. In that when people say that there's no difference between the Democrats and the Republicans, the point is not that there are not minute differences in the way that it will impact domestically on the American populace. The point is that they serve the same interests. And so even if there are slight either rhetorical differences or slight policy differences between the Democrats and the Republicans, right? That overall, both parties are going to go forward towards the same goal. The people that FD knows who are applying for unemployment because Trump fired a bunch of federal workers, right? If Kamala would have won, maybe they would still be employed. Maybe not, right? But in 4 years, when inevitably they would have lost, or in 8 years, when inevitably they would have lost, or in 12 years, when inevitably they would have lost to whatever draconian, insane Republican would have run for the election, they would have been out of a job then. Because neither the Democrats nor the Republicans actually want to make sure that the American people are taken care of. It's just kicking the can down the road. And I understand that take, right? I can disagree with it personally, but I'm not going to sit here and act like I don't understand why people voted for Kamala Harris. I'm not going to sit here and act like I don't understand the take that FD is saying here, because I do. I do understand it, and it makes sense, right? I can understand why you would arrive at that position in the same way why somebody would arrive at the position that I'm at, right? But what we all have to understand is that the Democrats are just Republicans light. The only reason why any of the things that are happening right now under Trump are happening is because the Democrats set the stage for it. As FD said in this video earlier, right? If the Republicans are eating babies, it's because the Democrats are in the kitchen cooking them. Right?
But
this is kind of the implosion is inevitable under capitalism. Trump is the man of the moment. If it wasn't Trump, it would have been someone else not too far down the line. 100%. My brother likes to call the Democrats as Republicans in sheep's clothing. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of similar to the Malcolm X line, right? About like the white liberal. Right? The white liberal that Malcolm X talked about is not exclusive to white people in contemporary society. Right? Now black people have adopted the label. They've now put on their own sheep's clothing. Right? They want to be the wolf now. They've grinded their teeth into points. Right? They've sharpened their nails into claws. And now they're putting on their own sheep's clothing. You know what I mean? And that's what Kamala Harris or any liberal or any Democrat essentially is doing. They're both still sheeps. Not sheeps. They're both still wolves pretending to be sheeps.
Also, don't end it there or limit my political imagination to whatever slop the Democrats trot out every 4 years, or get bamboozled, keyword there, into thinking that a shiny new black face within the same structure is going to somehow produce a different result. When Democrats with actual principles make it too far, they cheat them out of their position like a Bernie Sanders, or they push them out of their position like a Jamal Bowman. And then
100%. Yeah.
And they'll install crooks like Eric Adams to shuck and jive in our face and make us think that something is happening when it's not. Black folks watching, y'all know the term all skin folk and kinfolk. But I think we need to update that a little bit, because I feel like people don't realize that the most dangerous black folks, the most dangerous folks that look like us, they don't talk like Candace Owens. They don't align themselves with Republicans. If you know anything about black conservatives, they don't really exist in black spaces too tough. They just don't. All the black Republicans that the Republican Party trots out to be talking heads, to launder their bullshit, they don't ever represent majority black districts. It's just not a thing that happens. We don't really need to be worried about Candace Owens. We need to be worried about Jasmine Crockett. Is Jasmine Crockett?
Yes. What did I tell you, chat? I said this literally earlier this stream. I told you this earlier this stream. I hate Jasmine Crockett. She's talking about, we're no longer the ones picking cotton. Why? Okay. She's talking about we need illegal immigrants in the country so that they can be the people picking cotton. Ooh. She makes me so mad. She a Delta, ain't she? Right? Kamala is an AKA, and you can tell Kamala is an AKA, but I feel like in my soul, Jasmine Crockett's a Delta. I feel it. Someone tell me. I need to know. What did I freaking tell you, bro? What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Come on. I told you. You can always tell. Come on. Come on, bro. Come on. And this is no beef against Deltas, by the way. One of my best friends is a Delta. She's cool. She's chill. But like, see, chat, you don't understand this. This is purely black people's business. Right? If you are around black people, right, you get a way to kind of figure out. If you don't know, okay, I'll explain this slightly. I'll give y'all a little bit of black people's business for context. So in black culture, there are 9 fraternities and sororities called the Divine Nine, right? The Divine Nine. And so Kamala Harris is as an AKA. Right? Kamala Harris is an AKA. And if you spend any time around black people, you can just tell. Like if you see Kamala Harris, see the way she talks, see the way she acts, see the way she dresses, see the way she moves. You can just tell. You can tell an AKA. They don't gotta say nothing. An AKA walk in the room, you can tell. I was actually on Hassan's stream talking about this, by the way, because I remember it. Here. What was it? I don't remember. At some point I was talking about, oh wait, here. It was in the two world thing.
Cause let's just be honest here.
I don't remember. I don't remember what I said, but I did say something about Divine Nine. But is this too inside baseball for my liking? I'm not sharing any special sauce. Right? Anything secret, but just know that if you spend enough, if you are black, I can guarantee you get a radar. You know how like gay people get gaydars or have gaydars? You can tell like when somebody's gay. And you're black, you can tell. You can tell if somebody is into that, you know, legal gang stuff, straight up. Like they be stomping in their free time. You can tell by the way they act, by the way they walk, and you can get a vibe. You can get a vibe about which legal gang they belong to. You know? That's what I'm saying. They segregate sororities in the US. How is it a black only thing? Don't worry about it, Cheddar. Don't worry about it, Cheddar. This ain't for you. It ain't for you, honestly. Like you're giving not too much inside info. Not really. It ain't. I'm just saying that like you can tell. I'm not saying how you can tell. I'm not saying what gave it away to me that led me to make the correct assertion that I made. I'm just saying that you can tell when somebody is a part of a legal gang and which legal gang they're a part of. Just based purely on vibes. Based purely on vibes. I'm black and I can't tell low key, but I can't tell honestly. I mean, to be fair, aren't you Caribbean? So like, you know, you around us, right? But I can understand if it's not like, you know, innate. This is my culture. Like this is like straight up like my like direct culture. You feel me? Like and like, my African diaspora brothers, sisters, right? Caribbean brothers and sisters, like y'all get it, y'all understand it, right? But like this is like drilled into my veins when I grow up. You know what I mean? Like Aaron Yeager getting the shot turned him into a Titan. That's what I got when I grew up, and it was about this specifically. You call a record calling it a legal gang? Listen, did I hear you with my lived experience? But yeah. That's what I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. Is that you know. I'll leave it at that. That was so funny though. That was so funny. I can't believe that happened. That's crazy.
Need to be worried about Candace Owens. We need to be worried about Jasmine Crockett. Is Jasmine Crockett compromised? I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. I don't know if she is. I don't have no shade for her in the moment other than being a Democrat, but like she might be one of the good ones, right? She fits the image of what Democrats and the system and these neoliberal fascists. And
I think she's compromised, honestly. Honestly, if you want a good good black woman who's in the Democratic Party but who's actually progressive, Summerlee clears Jasmine Crockett. Like Summerlee clears Jasmine Crockett on policy, on belief systems, like just 100%. 100% clears. But they're gonna be pushing Jasmine Crockett because like I'll give credit where credit's due. Jasmine Crockett knows how to take and command a moment. Sometimes not for the benefit of society, but like she knows how to command a moment. She knows how to be clippable. And I will give credit on that. I respect that. Right? But her policies just aren't there. Right? She's not a progressive. And sometimes her clips get her in trouble. So that's what I say.
Our administrators put out to us to make us feel like something is happening when it's not. We're quick to point and laugh at like Tim Scott and Herschel Walker, etc. Meanwhile, Jim Clyburn is doing dirt in South Carolina for 30 years now without anyone checking him on what he's been doing. That's how they play us. Black folks complain about how the Democratic Party doesn't do anything.
Okay, honestly, this is where I think FD shines, actually. Like, I think that, like, the video has gotten significantly better since the second half, but, like, especially in this segment, in my personal opinion.
For Black people, which is true, but it's people like Jim Clyburn who make that possible. His role, like most of these folks, is to keep you voting while never allowing you to demand more for what your vote is worth. They've been pulling this on us since Barack and really before then. And if we don't recognize that trick, they're going to keep doing it until they get all of our freedoms and rights.
Video. Listen, you can't you can't exempt an entire half of the video from critique because the second half is better. It doesn't change the fact that the first half of the video wasn't great. And I had critique of it. I'll talk about you. All right. You gotta be careful with that y'all you putting in there, right? Because y'all means you all. And I'm included in the you all if you typing it in the chat. You gotta say chat. I know you're not talking about me.
In a bag that
yell chat all you want to though. That's fine. Chat deserves it.
Burn on the White House lawn. It may feel like I'm going hard here, but it's because I need to be clear and honest. I hit my power level a little bit because I understand that my audience is going to be mostly made up of people that I will, for lack of a better word, describe as normal, who are maybe left-leaning, maybe communism curious, and want to dabble further to see what that looks like, right? Despite what your favorite yappers on TikTok will have you think, we are not going to have a big coalition of leftists without pulling in people who are amenable to our cause and beliefs. And we have to learn how to talk to those people. Sorry. If that offends you, if that offends my further left audience.
I agree. I don't disagree with this. Right? Right? I do think that the critique that I think I levied in watching this video, I think was fair. And you can tell me if I'm off base, because I will accept any critique on that. But I think that the critique that I levied in this video was fair, in that even in the worldview of converting normies to leftism, leftism, yeah, I said that there was things that I didn't agree with in the way this was presented, but it did get a lot better in the future.
Those folks who are attempting to grow a broader leftist movement with their 300 people in their Discord server who argue over...
Okay, listen, we have 400 people in my Discord server, actually. Okay, I don't need this. I don't need this. Yeah, chill. Hold on, hold up and chill.
Which mustached European guy is the most important leftist Pokemon to start the revolution with?
Who would I pick? Albert Einstein. Sleeper pick. Nobody ever picks him. Albert Einstein.
European guy is the most important leftist Pokemon to start the revolution with. I'm sorry. You can go watch Ugopnik or something. Like, that was probably a little shady, but like, no shade intended for Ugopnik. He makes really good videos. Shout out to the many creators to my left who make educational content.
That's so funny. Okay, I respect that. And I love Ugopnik too. Honestly, I think if this is the extent of the drama of like the left sphere of content creators, I think that's entirely fine. Like if the big tent coalition goes from like, you know, FD signifier to freaking, I don't know who's like the most, like Hakeem, that's chill. I like that. I can get down with that. Especially going back and seeing the type of people that we had in like the left wing Twitch space before. This is significantly better. Significantly better. Like, genuinely. We were dealing with freaking Chud logic in freaking what's it called? I don't freaking know. Other people like that. If I was US, I would vote for Kamala 1,000% over Trump. Good for you, Chatter. We have freaking in Destiny and stuff. Like, we're chilling. I would that's what I will take this over that at all times, ever. Thank you very much.
Content is a nice like list of some
I would pick a better font than this. I can't read this. My eyes hurt.
further left than the channels that you should check out. I'll leave them in the description.
Cool.
They will provide more explicit, more in-depth, and better informed videos on leftist politics than I can. If you really care about these things, if you really are communism curious, as I just said, you need to be checking them out.
I don't make educational videos, chat. I talk about drama and I do auto-tune singing, all right? That I don't belong on that list. I do not belong on that list. Let's be entirely real. Maybe one day, back in the day, I could have ended up there. But no, we do this here. You know what I mean? That's it.
I'm just an entry point, a useful one, a hype man, if you will. Again, shout out to Ugopnik. My hope is that one day I'll be too much of a dirty lib that the leftist YouTube space will have nothing for me and I won't be able to get a
He's talking about you, by the way.
Single subscriber because my basic and moderate takes on dialectical materialism are just too mundane and boring for of all the uber-based communist bros out there that make up those audiences. But that's not the case. I'm pretty sure by the time you see this, I'll have hit 1 million subscribers. And I'm not pointing it out to
okay, you don't need to flex on us like that. Chill.
Brag, but I'm pointing it out to show us what the landscape actually looks like. Because I'm not a political activist or leader. I'm a creator. I'm an entertainer at my best. I'm an edutainer, and I'm good at that. And that's what most of you are here for. But I need y'all to understand that as much as I do. And I think a lot of people don't. The homie Lil Bill just put a post up the other day and made a great point. And he pointed out that well over a year ago, he made a video with his explicit and exact beliefs and plans, like strategies for building a better society and political movement. It was really good and nobody fucking watched it. It is by far his worst performing video, like, you know, per capita since he emerged on the YouTube left wing scene. When I made a video last year for students protesting the genocide in Palestine that were on college campuses last year, I got 150,000 views in that video. When I made a video a few years ago where I interviewed a local activist about Cop City in Atlanta.
This is true, by the way. This is true.
I got less than 150,000 views on that video. Diddy breakdown video, 3 million views in 2 months. I'm not mad. I need y'all to see what I see. Because some of y'all be in my comment section acting like you don't fucking have eyes. Videos about practice do not get viewed. Channels that are purely dedicated to education do not get subscribers.
True.
And it's not just the algorithm, because as you know, the algorithm is a reflection of the audience. And despite what Kendrick said, the revolution will not be televised or for that matter, live stream. Not until I reach 2 million subscribers. That's right, y'all. At 2 million subs, all channel members and patrons get exclusive access to the Revolution live stream at a later date to be determined. Make sure you follow me on Twitter and Instagram for updates about this special event that I'm going to do as soon as I get enough clout and money. At that point, it is on. Like, share, and subscribe.
True. Man. I'm stealing that. That's mine. Give me, okay, don't subscribe to him. Okay, wait. You can subscribe to him, but also give me money first, okay? He's like a rich billionaire person, all right? He's a rich billionaire person. I am a small being creator who lives in a small box apartment. You see these four walls around me, this screen? This is where I live. I don't go in. After this stream goes off, I die, chat. So, like, you should give me money. Give me money and subscribe. Subscribe to me. Give me money. It's free. Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime. Subscribe. It's free. Me. Free Twitch Prime with the Amazon Prime account. Give it to me. It doesn't work on anybody else. Don't try it. You don't even try it. Don't attempt it. Just use it on me. Just go ahead and check, chat. Go ahead and check and see if you have a Twitch Prime available. And if you do, give it to me. A king called Prince. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Or do that, actually. That works even better. If you already used your Twitch Prime on somebody else before they fixed it and patched it so you can only use it on me, then you have to give me a sub. So go ahead and gift me a sub, chat. Go ahead and just, I need to gift a sub. 5 gifted subs right now. Let me see. All right. You know what? If I get, okay, here's what I'll say. This is a secret thing only for chatters who are still here after Hassan went live. If you get me to 1,000 subscribers, I will leak something very cool and interesting. It won't happen. I'm going to need 250 subscribers. But I will leak something about Hassan, maybe. Maybe. Something that I know that you will all be interested in.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Flowy Chloe, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I have to skip Hassan's himbo hour anyway. Stellar Mediocre, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. See, the hype train has started. It's real, isn't she? Listen. You know, I'll go ahead and pull it up right now. I'll go ahead and pull it up right now.
I did everything.
Cat Big Business, thank you for the 100 bits. I have it. It's open on my phone, and I'm ready to share it. I just need to get to 1,000 subs. I know y'all got money. Give me subs. Give me money. No, I'll let it sit. We're gonna finish this video off. I'll let it sit.
Cry. I'm obviously joking, and I'm like honestly.
I'm not joking. Mad. Give me money. Give me money. Give me money. I want money. Give me money. Do you know how hard streaming is? It's harder than a 9 to 5. $5 a month. How do you have hours to watch me and not $5 to spend?
An anonymous user
Anonymous
gifted
user with a
one
gifted
sub
sub.
to Brian Potato.
Much appreciated. Lionheart, thank you for the 4-month resubscription. I'm in debt and I'm at work. Well, give me the money from your work. You don't want them. You don't need it. You don't need it. I need it. I need it more than you. Don't you know that streaming is harder than a 9-to-5 job? Sitting here, stealing content, you know, breaking laws, running red lights, harder than a 9-to-5. Don't you know? Exactly. Exactly.
I'm annoyed, but I'm not mad. I know the wager at play here. I knew it pretty early on. I figured it out after I made Fuck the Police. That even though that video was something I was really proud of, it was immediately essentially an act of counterinsurgency to think of it as a bigger thing than it actually was, which was a really entertaining video that hopefully educated some people on the prison industrial complex.
Just subscribed. Does a resub count?
I guess. High train's still going, by the way.
But after that video, even though I put experts in that video, like BP, the editor of this video, actually worked with the organization called Fight Toxic Prisons to shut down prisons literally across the country. Or Olay, who is a well-known abolitionist in New York. Or Two Black, who has written about this in his work. People were reaching out to me as an expert on abolition. And I am not. But that's how clout works. And I need y'all to understand this. It's not just me.
All should reach out to me and give me money instead. Hey, King Called Prince, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Okay, the bit's going too far. Not too far. It's going just far enough, honestly, if you think about it.
Favorite big ticket, big name creators. We are not activists. We are not leaders. We are not revolutionaries.
Speak for yourself. I am an activist, actually. So, yeah. Come at me nice, which is why you should give me money.
Revolutionaries. We are entertainers first and anything else second.
Whoa, I'm an entertainer second. Actually, I am a activist first.
I managed to sneak in important things, hopefully to spark a match in everything I put out there. But the real work does not happen on my channel page. It happens outside. And it
happens on my channel page. You should give me. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. We're gonna continue this.
First post-election video.
Now you can't be doing this. Apparently, I am. Apparently, someone made a video on me, which I don't even know what they said. What could they say? That I'm too handsome and cool? That's fair.
Which currently sits at over 1 million views today. Shout out to me. I asked at the end for people to touch grass. Whether you disagreed with my logical analysis or not, I have to ask, did you at least get active? Have you went to a meeting, online or offline, attended a seminar, donated some money, even just cleaned up your neighborhood, met your neighbors? All of those things are actual important vectors of resistance. Have you done them? Or are you just watching?
You say you're too hard on E for its foreign racism, that you're disgusting tanky? Wait, really? Okay, we're totally watching that tomorrow. Oh, 100%. That is content. That's content. Oh, I'm so invested. I'm so invested. Okay, we're watching it tomorrow. We're watching it tomorrow. Depending on when the what's it called? The Chopped and Chop comes out. If it comes out later in the day, okay. If the content comes out later in the day, I'm going to be mad because it's going to give Hassan content, and instead of me content. iDubbbz, please release it at 9 a.m. Wait, at 7 a.m. PST, so that I can watch the content. Please, I beg. I beg. This is an hour long. This is a 2-hour long video? Okay. All right.
By the way, if people
Ethan Klein haters are insane. Michael VA, Shonda Black, H3 Snark. Wait, just play games this entire time? Mike, Ben and Banata. This guy. Wait. What's his name? What's his name, chat? I forgot his name. Is it Chris? No, not Chris. His name is Chris. Okay, it is Chris. Okay. Yeah. Chris didn't make it into the title, but I did. Bad and Banana didn't make it into the title, but I did. Man, I'm kind of cool. Oh, it's me. Oh, wait, hold on. I have a huge section in this video. We made it, chat. We made it. Hold on. I need to play the music. I need to play the song. We made it. How long was it? We got a full hour? We got a full hour?
So what's up with these jabroni ass niggas trying to see Compton? The industry can hate me. Fuck
We're
them all,
there.
mama. How many options
We're
you got?
so there. This is how you know we made it. We got a full hour long hate video. We got more time than he spent on Mike. He spent more time on me than Mike, Bad and Banana, Chris.
Never go to cell block 1. To any bitch that talk to him and they in love, just make sure you hide your little sister from him. They tell me Chubb's the only one that get your hand-me-downs and party at the party playing with his nose now. And Baca got a weird case. Why is he around? Certified lover boys, certified pedophiles. Wop, 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 wop. That fuck him up. Wop, wop,
This is how you know we made it.
stuff. Why you trolling like a bitch? Ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord and it's probably A minor.
This is how you know we made it.
They not like us. 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 You think the Bay gon' let you disrespect Pop, nigga? I think that Oakland show gon' be your last stop, nigga.
Cry,
Cold foul. I don't know why you still pretending.
Cry,
the bird niggas and bird bitches go. The audience not dumb. Shape the stories how you want. Hey Drake, they're not slow. Rabbit hole is still deep. I can go further, I promise. Ain't there something
Yeah, this is why I'm the
you
CEO.
Malibu most wanted. Ain't no love boy, you ball boy. Fish Gatorade or something. Since 2009, I had this bitch jumping. You niggas will get a wedgie. Be flipped over your boxes. Or over your foe. The other vaginal option. Pussy. Nigga better straighten they posture. Got famous all
This
in content.
is how
Might write
you
this for the
know
doctor.
I'm
Tell a
the
pop star quit hiding. Fuck the caption, won't action. No accident. I'm hands on. He fuck around, get polished. Fucked on Wayne Grow. He was in jail. That's conniving. Then get his face tatted like a bitch apologizing. I'm glad
watch
you
it
Rose
tomorrow.
came home. Y'all didn't deserve him neither. From Alondra down to Central.
Comment, Shonda Black is basically the N-word police. Doesn't surprise me that someone who makes his race, his whole personality would take that role. Sure, yeah, sure,
You
okay.
better not speak on Serena. And your homeboy needs
Okay.
subpoena. That predator moving flocks. That name gotta be registered and placed on neighborhood watch. I lean on you niggas like another line of walk. Yeah, it's all eyes on me and I'ma send it up the pot. Ay, put the roll label on me, I'ma get them dropped. Ay, sweet chin music and I won't pass the ox. Ay, how many stocks do I really have in stock? Ay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 5. Ay, devil is a lie. Here's 69 God. Ay, freaky ass niggas need to stay their ass inside. Ay, roll their ass up like a fresh pack of Zod. Ay, city is back up, it's a must, we outside. Ay.
That's right, Chad. I'm the N-word police. Hands
They
up.
not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
Hands up.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. Once upon a time, all of us was in chains. Homie still double down, calling us some slaves. Atlanta was the mecca, building railroads and trains. Bear with me for a second, let me put y'all on game. The settlers was using town folk to make them richer. Fast forward 2024, you got the same agenda. You run to Atlanta when you need a check balance. Let me break it down for you. This the real nigga
All
challenge.
cops are
You caught
black,
Future when you
baby.
didn't see the club. Hey, what, little baby, help you get your lingo up. What, 21, get your first street cred. Thug, make you feel like you a slime in your head. Hey, what, Quavo said you can be from North Side. What, 2 Chainz say you good, but he lied. You run to Atlanta when you need a few dollars. No, you not a colleague, you a fucking colonizer. The family matter and the truth of the matter. Here was God's plan to show y'all the liar.
I've been upgraded, chat. I'm not only the CEO of of black people.
He a fan.
I am now the chief of police.
Freaky ass nigga, he a 69 God. Freaky ass nigga, he a 69 God. Hey, run for your life. Hey, run for your life. Freaky ass nigga, he a 69 God. Freaky ass nigga, he a 69 God. Hey, run for your life. Hey, run for your life. Say OV ho. Say OV ho. Then step this way, step that way. Then step this way, step that way. Are you my friend? Are we locked in? Then step this way, step that way. Then step this way, step that way.
True. Whew. Oh, we're so watching this tomorrow. I'm so invested. I'm so invested. It goes hard though. True, it does go hard. Okay, I'm gonna show you something, chat. But you have to promise that you won't laugh. Okay? I think I bullied this kid in high school. Okay, sorry. Hold it in. We save it. We save it for tomorrow. Okay? We save it for tomorrow. Okay. It's like if people seek out the video, don't give it views. No, they won't. They won't. But AOC follows you. Oh, this is true. AOC does follow me, but like, I think AOC would get a kick out of this. You know what I mean? I think AOC would laugh at this. Honestly, part of me wishes that I made like a separate account for my streaming in my activism. Cause like I have like the AOC follow, and then I have like the Maya follow, and then I have like the Rokana follow, and then I have like an S-Fan follow, and then I have an iDubbbz follow. Like my following is literally all over the place. That's so funny though. That's so funny. No, I don't want Twitter Blue. Stop trying to advertise Twitter Blue to me. That's so funny. That's so funny. But I mean, like, chat, come on. Come on. Come on. The resemblance is uncanny. Can we get a side by side? Sure, hold on. It's the same picture. If you poke him, he giggles. Stop. Stop. Okay, stop. Stop. Chat, seriously, we just got done bullying somebody that didn't deserve it yesterday. This may be the same situation. So we're gonna call it. We're gonna pause it. Yeah, save it for tomorrow. Save it for tomorrow. Okay. One last thing. Okay, so I have to do this. I have to do it. No. Okay. Just save it for tomorrow. All right. We save it. We save it for tomorrow. Yeah, we don't even know what he said for real. He could be super nice to me, you know? He's like, man, you're super cool and awesome, you know? He's not? No, but he could be. We're gonna, you know, go benefit of the doubt. Benefit of the doubt. We're gonna, yeah. Okay, in conclusion, we'll end with, where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Oh, in conclusion, we could see Teddy fresh in the dumps to make us feel better.
What people were saying on Friday, they were right. So
what were they saying on Friday?
Where they were saying it's not 125.
Well, we know it's 145.
Well, so our team was under the impression it was 125 when we met on Thursday to go over everything. So everything that we went over is inaccurate.
So what are we at?
So now we have to reconfigure everything. We're at a really bad
What's
place.
the tariff?
It's 152.5.
152.
Because it's 125 plus the 20 plus 7.5.
152% tariff. Where before it was how much?
It was between 20 to like 30 something. Yeah.
Dude, this country, there's people in
The
this
problem is
country.
that nobody gave us any.
I closed by accident. Wait.
Fence. So we're getting boats coming here. The stuff already made over there, and like we work a year in advance, so we're gonna have to cancel what we can.
I think there's going to be like hundreds of thousands of small businesses that are going to go bankrupt.
They're gonna go under. Yeah.
Because like, it's one thing to have to change where your manufacturing is.
Well,
it's another thing to have to do it overnight. When you're already committed to having a ton of product in China that you have to now pay 150% tariff on to get.
And it makes no financial sense. People are not gonna pay that much. If I had to raise the price to make it financially make sense, people are not gonna pay that much.
It's too much.
It's too much. So
it's called sports. Just charge that shit back.
Do we pay for it already?
we have stuff that are already paid for, and also it's seasonal. Like the next collection has swimsuits in it, and that stuff's already on the way. So that stuff we will have to release and raise the prices on. We have no option.
Yeah, but we're wondering if we can even run the business.
I don't know.
Oof. 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 I can't believe Hassan would do this. True. True. But good place to call it. Good place to call it. Man. That was fun. That was fun. I can't wait for tomorrow, chat. We did not hit the sub goal of 1,000. So I won't leak it. You just see it when, like, you'll know.
Colorblind, just subscribe.
You'll know.
Ah, damn, do the clothes
So
come
no
with
leaks.
a test for
No
Jardia?
leaks. But yeah. Any final thoughts? Ow. Ow. Oh, Gandalf the Collarbone, thank you for the 19-month resubscription. Much appreciated. Free Palestine, true. Measure twice, cut once. I've heard that being the case as well. But yeah, that's it. Let me check YouTube chat. All right, bye YouTube chat. Adios amigos.